For me, the myth of Sisyphus marks the beginning of an idea I was to pursue in The Rebel. It tries to sort out the problem of suicide, just as The Rebel tries to sort out the problem of murder, and in both cases without relying on eternal values. These values might be missing or twisted for a while in today's Europe. The main question in the myth of Sisyphus is this: is it okay, is it even needed, to wonder if life has meaning? And if it is, does that mean we should face the problem of suicide head-on? The answer, hiding a bit but still there in the twists and turns of the book, is this: even if you don't believe in God, suicide isn't okay. This book was written 15 years ago, back in 1940, in the middle of the French and European mess. It says that even when everything seems pointless, you can still find ways to move past that pointlessness. In all the books I've written since, I've tried to keep going in this direction. Even though the myth of Sisyphus talks about really serious problems, for me, it's like a clear invitation to live and create, even when things feel empty and hopeless. People thought it made sense to add some essays to this philosophical argument. Essays I've always written that are kind of separate from my other books. In a more poetic way, they all show that back and forth between agreeing and disagreeing, which in my view is what being an artist and having a tough job is all about. The overall idea of this book, and I hope American readers see it like I do, is about thinking, sometimes cool and collected, sometimes fired up, about why an artist might choose to live and create. It's been 15 years, and I've moved beyond some of the ideas here, but I think I've stayed true to the need that pushed me to write them in the first place. That's why this book feels, in a way, like the most personal one I've put out in America. More than the others, it really needs people to be understanding and patient with it. Absurdity and suicide. There's only one truly serious philosophical problem, and that's suicide. Deciding if life is or isn't worth living, that's really answering the most important question in philosophy. All the other stuff, whether the world has 3 dimensions, or if the mind has 9 or 12 categories, that comes later. Those are just games. You've got to answer the big one first. And if it's true, like Nietzsche says, that a philosopher, to be worth anything, has to show you how to live by example, then you see how important that answer is. It comes before you do anything else, really. These are things you feel in your heart, but you need to think them through carefully before they become clear in your head. If I ask myself, how do you know one question is more important than another? I'd say it's by what you do because of it. I've never seen anyone die for some argument about existence itself. Galileo, who knew something really important about science, gave it up pretty easily when it put his life in danger. In a way, he was right. That particular truth wasn't worth dying for. Whether the Earth goes around the sun or the sun around the Earth, it doesn't really matter that much. To be honest, it's a pointless question. But then I see lots of people die because they think life isn't worth living. And I see others, strangely, get killed for ideas or dreams that give them a reason to live. And a reason to live is also a great reason to die. So I figure out that the meaning of life is the most urgent question. How do you answer it? For all the big questions, the ones that could make you want to die or that make you feel really alive, there are probably only 2 ways to think about them: the simple, obvious way and the crazy, idealistic way. Only if you balance clear thinking with strong feeling can you really understand and feel something at the same time. For something as basic and emotionally heavy as this, deep philosophical talk has to step aside for a more down-to-earth way of thinking, one that comes from common sense and just understanding things. Suicide has mostly been talked about as a social issue, something that happens in society. But here, we're looking at it from the start as something between a person's thoughts and suicide itself. An act like suicide takes shape quietly in your heart, like a great piece of art. The person themselves might not even know it's coming. Then one night, they pull the trigger or jump. I heard about an apartment manager who killed himself. People said he'd lost his daughter 5 years before, and he'd been different ever since, like that experience had undermined him. That's a pretty accurate word. Starting to think is starting to be undermined. Society doesn't have much to do with these beginnings. The trouble starts inside a person. That's where you have to look. You have to follow and understand this deadly game that goes from seeing life clearly to running away from it. There are lots of reasons for suicide, and usually the obvious ones aren't the real reasons. Suicide is rarely something you do because you've thought it all out, though it can happen. What sets off the crisis is almost always something you can't quite put your finger on. Newspapers often talk about personal sadness or incurable illness. These are possible reasons, sure, but you'd have to know if maybe a friend of that person said something careless to them that day. That friend might be the one to blame, because something small like that can be enough to bring all the hidden anger and sadness to the surface. But even if it's hard to know exactly when, the moment the mind decides on death, it's easier to see what it means from the act itself. In a way, like in a dramatic play, killing yourself is like admitting something. It's admitting that life is too much for you, or that you just don't get it. Let's not go too far with that comparison, though. Let's just stick to everyday words. It's really just admitting that it's not worth the trouble. Living, of course, is never easy. You keep doing what life tells you to do for lots of reasons, the main one being just habit. Killing yourself on purpose means you've realized, even if it's just a feeling, how silly that habit is, that there's no real deep reason for living, how crazy all the daily rush is, and how pointless suffering is. So, what is that feeling that you can't quite put your finger on that takes away your will to live? A world you can explain, even with bad reasons, is a familiar world. But when the world suddenly loses its illusions and its light, you feel like a stranger, an outsider. Your exile is hopeless because you can't remember a lost home or dream of a promised land. This feeling of being cut off from life, like an actor without a stage, that's the feeling of absurdity. Everyone who is healthy has thought about suicide at some point, so it's clear, without needing to explain it more, that there's a direct link between this feeling and wanting to die. This essay is about that link between absurdity and suicide, how much suicide is actually a solution to absurdity. We can start with this idea. For someone who is honest with themselves, what they believe to be true has to guide their actions. So if you believe life is absurd, that should shape how you live. It's fair to ask, clearly and without being overly dramatic, if coming to this important conclusion means you have to escape this confusing situation as fast as you can. I'm talking about people who want to live in harmony with themselves, of course. Put simply, this problem might seem both easy and impossible to solve, but it's wrong to think that simple questions have simple answers. It's not that clear. If you think about it, just like you can choose to kill yourself or not, it seems like there are only two philosophical answers, yes or no. But it can't be that easy. You have to think about those who keep questioning without deciding. I'm being a bit sarcastic here because that's most people. And I also see that those who say no act like they really think yes in some way. If I use Nietzsche's idea, they do think yes in one way or another. On the other hand, it's often the people who commit suicide who were sure life had meaning. These contradictions are always there. You could even say they've never been as sharp as they are now, exactly where you'd expect logic to be so clear. It's common to compare philosophical ideas to how the people who believe them actually act. But you have to say that of all the thinkers who said life has no meaning, only a few like Kirillov, who's from a story, Peregrinos, who's just a legend, and Jules Lecquier, who's more of a hypothetical case, followed their logic to the point of ending their own lives. People often laugh at Schopenhauer because he praised suicide while enjoying a good meal, but it's not really funny. Not taking tragedy too seriously isn't the worst thing, but it does tell you something about a person. Facing these contradictions and uncertainties, do we just say there's no link between what you think about life and whether you choose to leave it? Let's not go too far there. There's something stronger than all the bad things in the world that makes people want to live. Your body knows what's good for it as well as your mind does, and your body naturally pulls back from death. You get into the habit of living before you get into the habit of thinking. In that race towards death that we're all in, our bodies stay ahead. The real contradiction is in what I'll call the act of avoiding the issue. because it's both less and more than just distraction. Avoiding the issue is the constant game we play. The typical way we avoid the issue, the escape that really matters and that I'll talk about more later, is hope. Hope for another life you have to deserve, or the trick that people who don't live for life itself play on themselves, living instead for some big idea that will go beyond life, make it better, give it meaning, and in doing so, betray it. So everything adds to the confusion. So far, and it's been a lot of effort, people have played with words and pretended that saying life has no meaning means you have to say it's not worth living. But really, there's no necessary connection between those two ideas. You just have to refuse to be tricked by the confusion and contradictions I just pointed out. You have to push everything else aside and get straight to the real problem. You kill yourself because life isn't worth living. That's true, but it doesn't really get you anywhere because it's too obvious. But does that insult to life, that flat denial, come from the fact that life has no meaning? Does absurdity force you to escape it through hope or suicide? That's what we need to figure out, hunt down, and explain, brushing everything else aside. Does absurdity dictate death? This problem has to come before all others, outside all ways of thinking and all attempts to be objective and detached. Subtle differences in meaning, contradictions, the way an objective mind always complicates things, none of that has a place in this search and this passion. It just calls for a direct, in other words, logical way of thinking. That's not easy. It's always easy to be logical. It's almost impossible to be logical all the way to the end. People who kill themselves follow their feelings to the very end. Thinking about suicide gives me a chance to ask the only question that matters to me. Is there a logic that leads to death? I can't know unless I follow, without being reckless, just using clear evidence, the way of thinking I'm suggesting here. This is what I call absurd reasoning. Many have started down this path. I don't yet know if they kept going. When Carl Jaspers, talking about how impossible it is to see the world as one unified thing, says, "This limit leads me to myself, where I can't hide behind some objective viewpoint I'm just representing, where neither I nor anyone else can become just an object to me." He's talking about those empty places where thought reaches its limits, like many others before him. Many have been there, yes, but how eager they were to get out. At that last crossroads where thought hesitates, many people have arrived, even some of the simplest. They then gave up what was most important to them, their lives. Others, great thinkers, gave up too, but they started the suicide of their thought in its purest form of revolt. The real challenge is to stay there as much as you can and to look closely at the strange things that grow in those far-off places. Persistence and sharp thinking are the best watchers of this inhuman show where absurdity, hope, and death talk to each other. The mind can then look at the shapes of that basic but delicate dance, explain them, and live them again itself. Walls. Like great works, deep feelings always mean more than they consciously say. When you feel something strongly again and again, it becomes a habit of feeling or thinking, and it shows up in ways you don't even realize. Big feelings bring their own world with them, beautiful or ugly. They light up a special world with their own feeling, a world you recognize as belonging to them. There's a world of jealousy, of ambition, of selfishness, or of generosity. In other words, a whole philosophy and a way of looking at things. What's true for feelings that are already clear is even more true for feelings that are more basic, both vague and definite, both far away and present, like the feelings beauty gives you or the feeling absurdity brings up. The feeling of absurdity can hit anyone in the face at any street corner. It's there in its bareness, in its light without brightness, and it's hard to grasp. But that difficulty is worth thinking about. It's probably true that we never really know someone fully and that there's something in them that we can't quite get to. But practically speaking, I know people and recognize them by how they act, by everything they do, by what they cause in life. It's the same with those irrational feelings that you can't really analyze. I can define them practically, understand them practically, by adding up all their effects on how we think, by grabbing hold of all their sides, by drawing the outline of their world. It's true that even if I've seen the same actor 100 times, I won't know him any better personally. But if I add up all the characters he's played and say I know him a little better with each new character, that feels like it has a bit of truth to it. This strange idea is also like a little story with a lesson. There's a moral to it. It teaches you that a person is defined by what they pretend to be as much as by what they really feel. So there's a deeper level of feeling, hidden in your heart, but partly shown by your actions and how you think. It's clear that I'm talking about a method here, but it's also clear that it's a method of analysis, not of knowing. Because methods imply philosophies. Without realizing it, they show conclusions that they often claim not to know yet. It's like the last pages of a book are already there in the first pages. That link is always there. The method I'm talking about here recognizes the feeling that you can never really know anything for sure. You can only list what you see, and the feeling will make itself felt. Maybe we can catch that hard-to-grasp feeling of absurdity in the different but related worlds of thinking, of living, or of art itself. The feeling of absurdity is where it starts. The end is the absurd world, and that way of thinking that lights up the world with its real colors to show the special and unyielding face that absurdity has seen in it. All great actions and all great thoughts have a silly start. Great works are often born on a street corner or in a restaurant's revolving door. It's the same with absurdity. The absurd world, more than others, gets its importance from that humble beginning. Sometimes when you ask someone what they're thinking about and they say, "Nothing," it might be a lie. People who are loved know this. But if that answer is honest, if it shows that strange state of mind where emptiness becomes meaningful, where the chain of daily actions is broken, where your heart searches in vain for the link to put it back together, then that's like the first sign of absurdity. It happens that the stage scenery collapses. Wake up, streetcar, 4 hours in the office or factory. Lunch, streetcar, 4 hours of work, lunch, sleep, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the same rhythm. You can follow this path easily most of the time. But one day the why comes up, and everything starts in that tiredness mixed with surprise. Starts, that's important. Tiredness comes at the end of a mechanical life, but at the same time, it starts the movement of awareness. It wakes up consciousness and makes things happen. What happens next is either slowly going back into the routine or a complete awakening. At the end of awakening, in time, comes what it leads to, suicide or recovery. Tiredness itself is kind of sickening. Here I have to say it's good, because everything starts with consciousness, and nothing is worth anything except through it. There's nothing new about these ideas, but they're obvious, and that's enough for now for a quick look at where absurdity comes from. Just anxiety, like Heidegger says, is where it all begins. In the same way, in every day of an ordinary life, time carries us along. But there always comes a moment when we have to carry time ourselves. We live in the future. Tomorrow, later on, when you've made something of yourself, you'll understand when you're older. These are silly ideas because in the end, it's all about dying. But a day comes when a person notices or says they're 30. They say they're young. But at the same time, they see themselves in relation to time. They take their place in it. They admit they're at a certain point on a path they know they have to travel to the end. They belong to time, and the fear that grabs them makes them see their worst enemy. Tomorrow they used to long for tomorrow, but now everything in them should reject it. That revolt of the body is absurdity. A step further down and strangeness creeps in. You see that the world is dense. You feel how foreign and impossible to understand a stone is to us, how strongly nature or a landscape can reject us. At the heart of all beauty is something inhuman, and these hills, the soft sky, the shape of these trees at this very moment lose the illusionary meaning we had given them and become more distant than a lost paradise. The basic hostility of the world rises up to face us across thousands of years. For a second we stop understanding it because for centuries we've only seen in it the images and ideas we had put there beforehand. Because from now on we can't use that trick anymore. The world escapes us because it becomes itself again. That stage scenery, hidden by habit, becomes what it really is again. It moves away from us. Just like there are days when under the familiar face of a woman, we see a stranger, someone we loved months or years ago. Maybe we'll even come to want what suddenly leaves us so alone. But that time hasn't come yet. Just one thing, that density and strangeness of the world is the absurd. People too hide the inhuman. At certain moments of clarity, the mechanical way they move, their meaningless actions make everything around them seem silly. You see a man talking on the phone behind a glass wall. You can't hear him, but you see his strange, silent show. You wonder why he's alive. That feeling of unease facing man's own inhumanity, that sudden fall when you see what we really are, that nausea, as a writer today calls it, is also the absurd. And the stranger who suddenly appears in the mirror, the familiar but also alarming brother we see in our own photos, that's absurd too. Finally, I come to death and how we think about it. Everything has been said about this, and it's right to avoid being overly emotional. But you can never be surprised enough that everyone lives as if no one knew. It's because in reality you can't experience death. Really, you can only experience what you've lived and made conscious. It's hard to even talk about experiencing other people's deaths. It's a substitute, an illusion, and it never really convinces us. That sad tradition can't persuade us. The horror really comes from the mathematical side of death. If time scares us, it's because it works out the problem, and the answer comes later. All the nice talk about the soul will be convincingly proven wrong, at least for a while. From this still body that doesn't react when you touch it, the soul has disappeared. This basic and final part of the journey is the absurd feeling. Under the harsh light of that destiny, its pointlessness becomes clear. No moral rules and no effort are justified from the start when you face the cruel math that controls our lives. Let me say it again. All this has been said over and over. I'm just making a quick list here and pointing out these obvious themes. They run through all stories and all philosophies. Everyday talk is full of them. There's no need to reinvent them, but it's important to be sure of these facts so you can then ask yourself the main question. I'm interested, let me say it again, not so much in finding new absurd things as in what they lead to. If you're sure of these facts, what do you conclude? How far do you go in facing everything honestly? Do you kill yourself on purpose or hope in spite of everything? First, you have to take the same quick look at things on the level of thinking. The first thing your mind does is tell the difference between what's true and what's false. But as soon as you think about thinking itself, the first thing you find is a contradiction. No need to try to be convincing about this. Over the centuries, no one has explained this better and more clearly than Aristotle. The often laughed at result of these ideas is that they destroy themselves. Because by saying everything is true, we're saying the opposite is true. And so our own idea is false because the opposite idea says it can't be true. And if you say everything is false, then that idea itself is false. If we say only the idea against ours is false, or that only ours isn't false, then we still have to admit there are endless true or false ideas. Because someone who says something true is also saying that it's true, and so on forever. This endless loop is just the first in a series where your mind, studying itself, gets lost in a dizzying spin. The simple nature of these paradoxes makes them impossible to resolve. No matter how you play with words or logic, to understand is, first of all, to make things one. The mind's deepest desire, even when it's working its hardest, is like a person's unconscious feeling facing the world. It's a need for familiarity, a longing for clarity. For a person to understand the world is to make it human, to put their mark on it. A cat's world isn't the same as an ant's world. The obvious truth that all thought is human-centered means nothing else. In the same way, a mind trying to understand reality can only be happy by making it fit into its own way of thinking. If a person realized that the universe could love and suffer like them, they'd feel at peace. If thought found in the shining reflections of things lasting connections that could sum them up and be summed up in one idea, then you'd see a mental joy that would make the myth of heaven seem silly in comparison. That longing for unity, that hunger for the absolute, shows what the human drama is really about. But just because that longing exists doesn't mean it can be satisfied right away. Because if we bridge the gap between wanting something and getting it, and say with Parmenides that the one is real, whatever it is, we fall into the silly contradiction of a mind that says everything is one, and proves by just saying it that it's different, and that there's variety when it claimed to resolve it. This other endless loop is enough to kill our hopes. These are just obvious truths again. And again, I'll say they're not interesting in themselves, but in what we can learn from them. I know another obvious truth: people die. But you can still count the number of minds that have taken that idea to its furthest conclusions. It's important to see as a constant point of reference in this essay the regular gap between what we think we know and what we really know, the way we pretend to agree and act like we're ignorant, so we can live with ideas that, if we really tested them, should mess up our whole lives. Facing this impossible contradiction of the mind, we'll fully understand the split between us and what we create ourselves. As long as the mind stays quiet in its dream world of hopes, everything is reflected and organized in the unity of its longing. But as soon as it moves, this world cracks and falls apart. Endless shining pieces are offered to our understanding. We have to give up ever putting back together that familiar, calm surface that would give us peace of mind. After so many centuries of searching, so many thinkers giving up, we know this is true for all we know. Except for professional thinkers who just stick to logic, people today despair of ever knowing anything for sure. If you were to write the real history of human thought, it would have to be the history of its repeated regrets and failures. Who or what can I really say, I know that about? This heart inside me, I can feel it, and I know it's there. This world I can touch, and I also know it's there. That's where my knowledge ends, and everything else is just made up. Because if I try to grab hold of this self I feel so sure of, if I try to define and explain it, it's just water slipping through my fingers. I can list all the different sides of it, all the things people have said about it, where I come from, my background, my passions, my quiet moments, my good qualities or my bad ones. But you can't just add up those parts. This very heart that's mine will always be impossible for me to fully know. Between the certainty that I exist and what I try to say about that certainty, the gap will never be closed. I'll always be a stranger to myself. In psychology, like in logic, there are truths, but no truth. Socrates' "Know thyself" is as valuable as the "Be virtuous" in religious confessions. They show a longing as much as ignorance. They're pointless exercises about big questions. They're only useful because they're almost right. And here are trees, and I know their rough bark, water, and I taste it. The smells of grass and stars at night, certain evenings when your heart relaxes. How can I deny this world whose power and strength I feel? But all the knowledge in the world won't tell me for sure that this world is mine. You describe it to me, and you teach me to classify it. You list its laws, and because I'm eager to learn, I admit they're true. You take apart its mechanism, and my hope grows. Finally, you teach me that this amazing and colorful universe can be broken down to atoms, and that atoms can be broken down to electrons. All this is good, and I'm waiting for you to keep going. But then you tell me about an invisible system of planets where electrons circle a nucleus. You explain this world to me with a picture. I realize then that you've just turned to poetry. I'll never really know. Do I have time to get angry? You've already changed theories. So the science that was supposed to teach me everything ends up being just a guess. Clear thinking breaks down into metaphor, and uncertainty is solved by art. Why did I need so much effort? The soft lines of these hills and the evening light on my troubled heart teach me much more. I've come back to where I started. I realize that even if I can use science to understand and list all the things around me, I still can't grasp the world itself. Even if I traced all its shapes with my finger, I wouldn't know it any better. And you give me a choice between a description that's certain but teaches me nothing, and guesses that claim to teach me but aren't certain. A stranger to myself and to the world, armed only with a thought that contradicts itself as soon as it's said. What's this situation where I can only find peace by refusing to know and to live? Where the desire to conquer runs into walls it can't break down. To want something is to stir up contradictions. Everything is set up to create that poisoned peace that comes from not thinking, not caring, or giving up completely. So, even my intelligence tells me in its way that this world is absurd. Its opposite, blind reason, might claim that everything is clear. I was waiting for proof and hoping it would be right. But despite so many proud centuries and so many eloquent and persuasive people, I know it's false. At least on this level, there's no happiness if I can't know. That universal reason, practical or moral, that idea of everything being determined, those categories that explain everything, they're enough to make a decent person laugh. They have nothing to do with the mind. They deny its deepest truth, which is to be trapped. In this confusing and limited universe, a person's fate takes on its meaning. A crowd of irrational things has sprung up and surrounds them until the very end. In their recovered and now studied clarity, the feeling of absurdity becomes clear and definite. I said the world is absurd, but I was too quick. This world in itself isn't reasonable. That's all you can say. But what's absurd is the clash between this unreasonableness and the wild human longing for clarity that echoes in the human heart. Absurdity depends as much on people as on the world. For now, it's all that links them together. It ties them to each other like hatred can bind two creatures together. That's all I can clearly see in this endless universe where my life is happening. Let's pause here. If I believe that absurdity defines my relationship with life, if I really feel that feeling that grabs me when I face the world, with that clarity that science forces on me, I have to give up everything for these certainties, and I have to look at them straight on to be able to keep them. Most of all, I have to change how I act because of them and follow them in every way. I'm talking about being honest here, but I want to know first if thought can live in those empty places. I already know that thought has at least been to those empty places. It found its food there. It realized it had been living on illusions. It justified some of the most important ideas of human thought. From the moment you see absurdity, it becomes a passion, the most painful of all. But can you live with your passions? Can you accept their rule, which is to burn the heart they also lift up? That's the real question. It's not the one we'll ask just yet. It's at the center of this experience. We'll come back to it. Let's first recognize those ideas and feelings born from the empty place. Let's just list them. They're known to everyone today, too. There have always been people to defend the rights of the irrational. The tradition of what you might call humbled thought has always been there. People have criticized reason so much it seems pointless to start again. But our time is marked by the return of those strange systems that try to trip up reason as if it had always been in charge. But that's not so much proof of how strong reason is, but of how strong our hopes are. Looking at history, this constant back and forth shows the main struggle of people, torn between their need for unity and the clear view they might have of the walls closing them in. But maybe never before has reason been attacked as strongly as now. Since Zarathustra's big statement, chance is the oldest nobility in the world, I gave it to all things when I said that above them no eternal will was in charge. Since Kierkegaard's fatal illness, that sickness that leads to death with nothing else after it, the important and troubling ideas of absurd thought have followed one after another. Or at least, and this is really important, the ideas of irrational and religious thought. From Jaspers to Heidegger, from Kierkegaard to Chestov, from the phenomenologists to Schiller, in logic and in morality, a whole group of minds linked by their longing but different in their methods and goals have kept trying to block the main road of reason and to find the direct paths to truth. I'm assuming here that these ideas are known and experienced. Whatever their goals may be, they all start from that indescribable world of contradiction, conflict, anxiety, or helplessness. And what they have in common are exactly the themes I've talked about so far. For them too, it must be said that what matters most is what they've managed to conclude from these discoveries. That matters so much that they have to be looked at separately. But for now, we're only interested in their discoveries and first experiments. We're only interested in seeing how they agree. If it would be too much to try to understand their philosophies, it's possible and definitely helpful to point out the feeling they all share. Heidegger looks at the human condition coldly and says that life is humiliating. The only real thing is anxiety in all living beings. For someone lost in the world and its distractions, this anxiety is a short, fleeting fear. But if that fear becomes aware of itself, it becomes anguish, the constant feeling of a clear-thinking person in whom life is focused. This philosophy professor writes calmly and in the most complex language in the world that the limited and temporary nature of human life is more basic than man himself. His interest in Kant is only to see the limited nature of Kant's pure reason. This leads him to say that the world can no longer offer anything to someone full of anguish. This anxiety seems to him so much more important than all the categories in the world that he only thinks and talks about it. He lists its forms: boredom when an ordinary person tries to push it away and numb it, terror when the mind thinks about death. He also sees consciousness and absurdity as linked. Being aware of death is the call of anxiety, and life then gives itself its own summons through consciousness. It's the very voice of anguish, telling life to come back from being lost in the anonymous crowd. For him too, you can't sleep, you have to stay alert until the end. He stands in this absurd world and points out how short-lived it is. He looks for his way through these ruins. Jaspers is hopeless about any way to understand existence because he says we've lost innocence. He knows we can't achieve anything that will go beyond the game of appearances. He knows that the mind ends in failure. He spends time on the spiritual journeys shown by history and cruelly points out the flaws in every system, the illusion that saved everything, the preaching that hid nothing. In this ruined world where knowing anything is impossible, where lasting nothingness seems to be the only reality, and hopeless despair seems to be the only way to feel, he tries to find the thread that leads to divine secrets. Shestov, for his part, in a wonderfully repetitive work, always pushing towards the same truths, tirelessly shows that the tightest system, the most universal reason, always stumbles on the irrational parts of human thought. He sees all the ironic facts and silly contradictions that make reason look bad. Only one thing interests him, and that's the exception, whether in the heart or the mind. Through the stories of condemned men in Dostoevsky, the extreme experiences of Nietzsche, Hamlet's curses, or the bitter pride of Ibsen, he tracks down, highlights, and magnifies the human revolt against what can't be changed. He rejects reason's reasons and starts to move forward with some certainty only in the middle of that colorless desert where all certainties have turned to stone. Of all of them, maybe Kierkegaard, for part of his life at least, does more than just find the absurd. He lives it. The person who writes, "The surest way to be stubbornly silent is not to hold your tongue but to talk," makes sure from the start that no truth is absolute and can make sense of a life that's impossible in itself. Don Juan of Understanding, he uses many names and contradictions, writing his discourses of edification at the same time as that handbook of cynical spirituality, the Diary of the Seducer. He refuses comfort, morals, reliable rules. About that pain in his heart, he makes sure not to quiet it. Instead, he wakes it up, and with the desperate joy of someone being crucified and happy to be, he builds up piece by piece clarity, refusal, make-believe, a category of the obsessed person. That face, both tender and sneering, those little jumps followed by a cry from the heart. That's the absurd spirit itself, fighting with a reality it can't understand. And the spiritual journey that leads Kierkegaard to his famous scandals also starts in the chaos of an experience stripped of its setting and sent back to its original confusion. On a very different level, that of method, Husserl and the phenomenologists, with their extreme ideas, put the world back in its variety and deny reason's power to go beyond. The spiritual world becomes incredibly rich because of them. A rose petal, a milestone, or a human hand are as important as love, desire, or the laws of gravity. Thinking stops being about unifying or making things seem familiar under some big idea. Thinking becomes learning all over again how to see, how to pay attention, how to focus consciousness. It's turning every idea and every image, like Proust, into a special moment. What justifies thought is how conscious it is. Even though it's more positive than Kierkegaard or Shestov, Husserl's way of doing things, at first, still rejects the traditional method of reason, disappoints hope, opens up to intuition and to the heart a whole range of things, the richness of which feels inhuman. These paths lead to all sciences or to none. It's like saying that in this case the way is more important than the end. All that matters is a way to understand and not a comfort. Let me say it again, in the beginning at least. How can you not feel the basic connection between these minds? How can you not see that they all stand around a special and painful moment when hope has no place left? I want everything explained to me or nothing, and reason is powerless when it hears this cry from the heart. The mind driven by this need looks and finds only contradictions and nonsense. What I can't understand is nonsense. The world is full of such irrational things. The world itself, whose single meaning I don't understand, is just one big irrational thing. If you could just say once, "This is clear," everything would be saved. But these men argue with each other, all saying nothing is clear, everything is chaos, and all people have is their clarity and their sure knowledge of the walls around them. All these experiences agree and confirm each other. The mind, when it reaches its limits, has to make a decision and choose its conclusions. This is where suicide and the answer come in. But I want to change the order of things and start with the intellectual journey and come back to everyday actions. The experiences I've talked about were born in the empty place we can't leave behind. At least it's important to know how far they went. At this point in their effort, people stand face to face with the irrational. They feel inside them their longing for happiness and for reason. The absurd is born from this clash between human need and the unreasonable silence of the world. This can't be forgotten. You have to hold on to this because your whole life can depend on it. The irrational, the human longing, and the absurd that comes from them meeting. These are the three main characters in the play that has to end with all the logic that a life can have. Philosophical suicide. The feeling of the absurd isn't, by itself, the idea of the absurd. It sets the stage for it. And that's all. It's not just that idea, except for a moment when it judges the universe. Then it has a chance to go further. It's alive. In other words, it has to die or keep echoing. It's the same with the themes we've gathered. But again, what interests me isn't the works or the thinkers. Talking about them would take a different form in a different place. But what their conclusions have in common. Maybe never have minds been so different, and yet we see the same spiritual landscapes where they begin. In the same way, despite such different areas of knowledge, the cry that ends their journey sounds the same. It's clear that the thinkers we just talked about share a common feeling. Saying that feeling is deadly is almost too obvious. Living under that heavy sky forces you to either get away or stay. The important thing is to find out how people get away in the first case and why people stay in the second case. That's how I see the problem of suicide and the possible interest in what existential philosophy concludes. But first, I want to take a detour from the direct path. So far, we've managed to describe absurdity from the outside, but you can wonder how clear that idea is and try to find out what it means by looking directly at it and then what it leads to. If I accuse an innocent person of a terrible crime, if I tell someone virtuous they've desired their own sister, they'll say it's absurd. They might even get angry, but there's a reason for it. The virtuous person shows in their reply the clear contradiction between the action I'm accusing them of and their lifelong values. It's absurd means it's impossible, but also it's contradictory. If I see someone with just a sword attack a group with machine guns, I'd say that's absurd. But it's absurd only because of the mismatch between what they intend to do and what will really happen. The contradiction I see between how strong they really are and what they're trying to do. In the same way, we'd call a verdict absurd if it doesn't match the facts. And in the same way, proving something is absurd is done by comparing what happens from your reasoning with the logical reality you're trying to set up. In all these cases, from simple to complex, how absurd something is depends directly on how far apart the two things you're comparing are. There are absurd marriages, arguments, angers, silences, wars, even peace treaties. For each of these, absurdity comes from a comparison. So I'm right in saying that the feeling of absurdity doesn't just come from looking at a fact or a feeling, but from comparing a simple fact and a certain reality, an action, and the world around it. The absurd is basically a divorce. It's not in either of the things you compare, it's born from them clashing. In this case, and when we're talking about thinking, I can say that the absurd isn't in people, if that even makes sense, or in the world, but in them being together. For now, it's the only thing that connects them. If I stick to the facts, I know what people want, I know what the world offers them, and now I can say I also know what links them. I don't need to dig deeper. Just one certainty is enough for someone searching. They just have to follow all the consequences of it. The first consequence is also a rule for how to think. The strange trio I've just pointed out isn't really a surprise, but it's like real experience in that it's both very simple and very complicated. The first important thing about it is that you can't break it apart. To destroy one part is to destroy the whole thing. There can't be any absurd outside of human thought. So, like everything else, the absurd ends with death. But there also can't be any absurd outside this world. And it's by this basic idea that I see the idea of the absurd as important and think it can be the first of my truths. The rule I mentioned earlier shows up here. If I think something is true, I have to keep it. If I try to solve a problem, I have to make sure I don't get rid of one part of the problem in the process. For me, the only fact is the absurd. The first and really only condition of my search is to keep what crushes me, so I have to respect what I see as important in it. I've just said it's a clash and a constant struggle. And taking this absurd logic to its conclusion, I have to admit that struggle means having no hope at all, which is not the same as despair, constantly rejecting things, which is not giving up, and being consciously dissatisfied, which is not just being childishly restless. Anything that destroys, takes away, or gets rid of these needs, and first of all, agreeing to things, which ends the divorce, ruins the absurd and makes any attitude you might propose worthless. The absurd only has meaning if you don't agree to it. There's one obvious thing that seems completely right. People are always ruled by their truths. Once you admit something is true, you can't get away from it. You have to pay for it. Someone who becomes aware of the absurd is forever tied to it. Someone without hope and aware of it has stopped belonging to the future. That's natural, but it's just as natural that they should try to escape the world they've created. Everything I've said so far only makes sense because of this contradiction. Some people, starting by criticizing reason, have accepted the absurd feeling. Nothing is more helpful in this than looking closely at how they've worked out what it means. Now, just looking at existential philosophies, I see that all of them, without exception, suggest escape. In a strange way of thinking, starting from the absurd over the ruins of reason, in a closed world limited to people, they make what crushes them into a god and find reason to hope in what makes them feel poor. That forced hope is religious in all of them. It's worth paying attention to. I'll just look at a few themes dear to Shestov and Kierkegaard as examples. Jaspers will give us in a simplified form a typical example of this way of thinking. Then the rest will be clearer. He's left powerless to understand what goes beyond, unable to get to the bottom of experience, and aware of that world messed up by failure. Will he move forward or at least learn from that failure? He doesn't add anything new. He's found nothing in experience but admitting he's helpless and no reason to believe in any satisfying principle. But without reason, as he says to himself, he suddenly says all at once that there's something beyond, the real meaning of experience, and the superhuman importance of life when he writes, "Doesn't failure show, beyond any possible explanation, not the absence but the presence of something beyond?" That existence which, suddenly and through a blind act of human faith, explains everything, he calls the unthinkable unity of the general and the particular. So the absurd becomes God, in the broadest sense of the word, and not being able to understand becomes the existence that lights up everything. Nothing logically leads to this reasoning. I can call it a leap of faith. And strangely, Jasper's persistence, his endless patience in making the experience of something beyond impossible to understand, makes sense. Because the more fleeting that glimpse is, the emptier that definition becomes, and the more real that something beyond is to him. because the passion he puts into saying it's there is directly related to the gap between his ability to explain things and how unreasonable the world and experience are. So it seems that the more strongly Jaspers destroys reason's ideas, the more completely he'll explain the world. That preacher of humbled thought will find at the very end of humiliation the way to bring being back to life at its deepest level. Mystical thinking has shown us these kinds of tricks before. They're as valid as any way of thinking. But for now, I'm acting like I'm taking a certain problem seriously. Without judging beforehand if this way of thinking is good or helpful, I just want to think about if it answers the conditions I set myself, if it's worthy of the struggle that matters to me. So I go back to Chestov. Someone who writes about him tells a story that's worth thinking about. The only real solution, he said, is exactly where human judgment sees no solution. Otherwise, why would we need God? We turn to God only to get the impossible. For the possible, people are enough. If there's a Chestovian philosophy, I can say it's all summed up in this idea. Because when Chestov, at the end of his passionate analyses, finds the basic absurdity of all life, he doesn't say, "This is the absurd," but instead, "This is God." We have to trust him, even if he doesn't fit into any of our rational categories. So there's no confusion. The Russian philosopher even suggests that this God might be full of hate and hateful, impossible to understand and contradictory. But the more awful his face is, the more he shows his power. His greatness is his lack of order. His proof is his inhumanity. You have to jump into him and free yourself from rational illusions by this leap. So for Chestov, accepting the absurd is the same as the absurd itself. Being aware of it means accepting it, and all his logical effort is to show it so that at the same time, the huge hope it involves can burst out. Let me say again that this way of thinking is valid, but I'm sticking here to thinking about just one problem and everything it leads to. I don't have to look at the feeling of a thought or an act of faith. I have my whole life to do that. I know that people who are logical find Chestov's way of thinking annoying, but I also feel that Chestov is more right than the logical thinkers, and I just want to know if he stays true to the rules of the absurd. Now, if we agree that the absurd is the opposite of hope, you can see that existential thought for Chestov starts with the absurd but only shows it to get rid of it. That kind of clever thinking is like a magician's trick with emotions. When Chestov elsewhere puts his absurd against current morals and reason, he calls it truth and salvation. So, there's basically an approval of the absurd in Chestov's definition of it. If we agree that all the power of that idea is in how it goes against our basic hopes, if we feel that to stay with the absurd you have to not agree to it, then you can clearly see that it's lost its true nature, its human and limited character, to become part of an eternity that's both impossible to understand and satisfying. If there's an absurd, it's in the human world. The moment that idea turns into a springboard to eternity, it stops being linked to human clarity. The absurd is no longer that thing people see without agreeing to it. The struggle is avoided. People take in the absurd, and in that joining, its main quality disappears, which is being against, tearing apart, and separating. This leap is an escape. Chestov, who loves to quote Hamlet's line, "The time is out of joint," writes it down with a kind of wild hope that seems to belong to him alone. But that's not how Hamlet means it or how Shakespeare writes it. The intoxication of the irrational and the desire for ecstasy turn a clear mind away from the absurd. For Chestov, reason is useless, but there's something beyond reason. For an absurd mind, reason is useless, and there's nothing beyond reason. This leap can at least help us understand a bit more about what the absurd really is. We know it's only valuable when it's balanced, that it's really in the comparison and not in the things you're comparing. But Chestov puts all the focus on one part and destroys the balance. Our hunger to understand, our longing for the absolute, only makes sense because we can understand and explain many things. It's useless to completely reject reason. It has its place where it works. It's really the way humans experience things. That's why we wanted to make everything clear. If we can't, if the absurd is born from that, it's born exactly at the point where that useful but limited reason meets the always coming back irrational. Now, When Chestov argues against a Hegelian idea like the movement of the solar system follows unchangeable laws and those laws are its reason, when he puts all his energy into arguing against Spinoza's logic, he basically concludes that all reason is pointless. And then, naturally but wrongly, he goes to saying that the irrational is more important. But that jump isn't clear, because here you might bring in the idea of limit and the idea of level. The laws of nature might work up to a certain point, then turn against themselves to create the absurd, or they might make sense on the level of description without being really true on the level of explanation. Everything is given up here for the irrational, and since the need for clarity is brushed aside, the absurd disappears with one part of its comparison. The absurd person, on the other hand, doesn't do that kind of leveling. They see the struggle, don't completely reject reason, and admit the irrational. So they again take in all the facts of experience at once, and they're not likely to jump without knowing. They just know that in that clear awareness, there's no more room for hope. What you see in Leo Chestov will maybe be even clearer in Kierkegaard. It's hard to lay out clear ideas in such a hard-to-grasp writer. But even with writings that seem opposite, beyond the names, the tricks, and the jokes, you can feel throughout that work, like a feeling in the air, the sense, at the same time as the fear, of a truth that finally bursts out in his last works. Kierkegaard also takes the leap of faith. His childhood having been so scared by Christianity, he finally comes back to its harshest side. For him too, conflict and paradox become the ways to understand religion. So the very thing that made him hopeless about the meaning and depth of life now gives it its truth and its clarity. Christianity is shocking, and what Kierkegaard asks for is really the third sacrifice asked for by Ignatius Loyola, the one that God likes best, the sacrifice of the mind. This effect of the leap is strange, but it shouldn't surprise us anymore. He makes the absurd the way to understand the other world, when it's really just what's left over from living in this world. In his failure, says Kierkegaard, the believer finds his triumph. It's not for me to wonder what kind of powerful preaching this idea is linked to. I just have to wonder if seeing the absurd and its own nature justifies it. On this point, I know it doesn't. Thinking again about what absurdity really is, you understand better the method that inspired Kierkegaard. Between the irrational of the world and the rebellious longing of the absurd, he doesn't keep the balance. He doesn't respect the relationship that really makes up the feeling of absurdity. Sure that he can't escape the irrational, he at least wants to save himself from that hopeless longing that seems to him pointless and without meaning. But even if he might be right about this in his judgment, he couldn't be in his denial of it. If he replaces his cry of revolt with a desperate clinging, he's suddenly led to blind himself to the absurd that had shown him the way and to make a god of the only thing he now knows for sure, the irrational. The important thing, as Abba Galliani said to Memdepene, is not to be cured, but to live with your sicknesses. Kierkegaard wants to be cured. Being cured is his wild wish, and it runs through his whole diary. All his intelligence is trying to escape the conflict of being human. An even more desperate effort because he sometimes sees how pointless it is when he talks about himself, as if neither fear of God nor faith could bring him peace. So, in a forced trick, he makes the irrational look like something special and gives God the qualities of the absurd, unfair, unclear, and impossible to understand. Only his intelligence tries to quiet the basic needs of the human heart. Since nothing is proven, everything can be proven. Really, Kierkegaard himself shows us the path he took. I don't want to suggest anything here, but how can you not see in his works signs of an almost planned hurting of the soul to balance the hurt he accepted when it came to the absurd? It's the main theme of his journal. What I lacked was the animal that also belongs to human destiny. But give me a body then. And later, oh, especially when I was young, what wouldn't I have given to be a man, even for 6 months? What I basically lack is a body and the physical conditions of living. Elsewhere, the same person still takes up the great cry of hope that has come down through so many centuries and moved so many hearts, except for the heart of the absurd person. But for a Christian, death isn't really the end of everything, and it means endless hope for us, even more than life means for us, even when life is full of health and strength. Finding peace through scandal is still finding peace. It lets you maybe, as you can see, get hope from its opposite, which is death. But even if you're drawn to that idea, you still have to say that going too far doesn't make anything right. That goes beyond, as they say, human limits, so it must be superhuman. But this "so" is pointless. There's no logical certainty here. There's no real chance of it either. All I can say is that, really, that goes beyond my limits. If I don't deny it, at least I don't want to build anything on what I can't understand. I want to know if I can live with what I know, and only that. I'm told again that here intelligence has to give up its pride and reason has to bow down. But if I see the limits of reason, I don't deny it, seeing its relative powers. I just want to stay in this middle ground where intelligence can stay clear. If that's pride, I don't see a good enough reason to give it up. Nothing is deeper, for example, than Kierkegaard's view that despair isn't a fact but a state. The very state of sin, because sin is what separates you from God. The absurd, which is the mental state of a conscious person, doesn't lead to God. Maybe this idea will be clearer if I risk saying something shocking. The absurd is sin without God. It's about living in that absurd state, I know, on what it's based, this mind and this world fighting against each other without being able to connect. I ask for the rule of life for that state, and what I'm offered ignores its basis, denies one part of the painful conflict, asks me to give up. I ask what being in the situation I know as mine really means. I know it means darkness and ignorance, and I'm told that this ignorance explains everything, and that this darkness is my light. But there's no answer here to what I'm asking, and this exciting language can't hide the contradiction from me. So you have to turn away. Kierkegaard might shout in warning, if people had no eternal consciousness, if deep down there was just a wild, boiling force making everything big and small in a storm of dark passions, if the bottomless emptiness that nothing can fill was under everything, what would life be but despair? That cry isn't likely to stop the absurd person. Looking for what's true isn't looking for what's nice. If to avoid the worried question, what would life be, you have to, like a donkey, eat the flowers of illusion, then the absurd mind, rather than giving in to falsehood, chooses, fearlessly, Kierkegaard's answer, despair. When you think about it, a determined soul will always manage. I'm taking the liberty here of calling the existential attitude philosophical suicide. But this isn't a judgment. It's just a way to point out the movement where a thought denies itself and tries to go beyond itself in that very denial. For existentialists, denial is their God. To be exact, that God is kept alive only by denying human reason. But, like suicides, gods change with people. There are many ways to leap. The important thing is to leap. Those saving denials, those final contradictions that deny the obstacle that hasn't been jumped over yet, can come just as well. This is the strange thing this reasoning is aiming at, from a kind of religious inspiration as from reason. They always claim to be eternal, and it's only in this that they take the leap. It has to be said again that the thinking in this essay completely leaves out the most common spiritual attitude of our time, the one based on the idea that everything is reason, which tries to explain the world. It's natural to give a clear view of the world once you agree that it has to be clear. That's even valid, but it's not what we're thinking about here. Really, we want to shed light on the step taken by the mind when, starting from a philosophy that says the world has no meaning, it ends up finding meaning and depth in it. The most touching of those steps is religious in nature. It becomes clear in the theme of the irrational. But the strangest and most important is definitely the one that gives rational reasons to a world it originally imagined as without any guiding principle. It's impossible in any case to reach the conclusions that matter to us without having given an idea of this new achievement of the spirit of longing. I'll only look at the idea of intention made popular by Husserl and the phenomenologists. I've already mentioned it. Husserl's method from the start rejects the traditional way of reason. Let me say it again. Thinking isn't unifying or making things seem familiar under some big idea. Thinking is learning all over again how to see, directing your consciousness, making every image a special place. In other words, Phenomenology doesn't try to explain the world. It just wants to describe real experience. It confirms absurd thought in its first idea that there's no truth, but only truths. From the evening breeze to this hand on my shoulder, everything has its truth. Consciousness lights it up by paying attention to it. Consciousness doesn't shape what it understands, it just focuses. It's the act of paying attention, and to use a picture from Bergson, it's like a projector that suddenly shines on an image. The difference is that there's no story, just a series of images, one after another, without order. In that magic lantern, all the pictures are special. Consciousness puts objects of attention aside in experience. Through its magic, it separates them. From then on, they're beyond all judgments. This is the intention that defines consciousness. But the word doesn't mean having a purpose. It's used in the sense of direction. Its only value is describing where things are. At first glance, it certainly seems like nothing here goes against the absurd spirit. That seeming modesty of thought that just describes what it won't explain. That focus of intention that strangely leads to a deep richness of experience and the rebirth of the world in all its details. These are absurd ways of doing things, at least at first glance. Because ways of thinking, in this case as always, have two sides, one about how the mind works and the other about what exists. So they hold two truths. If the idea of intention claims to just show a way of thinking where reality is drained instead of explained, then nothing really separates it from the absurd spirit. It tries to list what it can't go beyond. It only says that even without any unifying idea, thought can still enjoy describing and understanding every part of experience. The truth involved then for each of those parts is about how the mind works. It just shows the interest that reality can offer. It's a way of waking up a sleeping world and making it lively to the mind. But if you try to expand and give a rational basis to that idea of truth, if you claim to find in this way the essence of each thing you know, you give back depth to experience. For an absurd mind, that's impossible to understand. Now, it's this back and forth between modesty and certainty that you see in the idea of intention. And this shining of phenomenological thought will show absurd reasoning better than anything else. Because Husserl also talks about extratemporal essences brought to light by intention, and he sounds like Plato. All things aren't explained by one thing, but by all things. I don't see any difference. Sure, those ideas or essences that consciousness creates at the end of every description aren't yet to be seen as perfect models, but it's said that they're directly there in each thing you perceive. There's no longer one idea explaining everything, but endless essences giving meaning to endless things. The world stops, but it also lights up. Platonic realism becomes something you feel directly, but it's still realism. Kierkegaard was swallowed up in his God. Parmenides plunged thought into the one. But here thought throws itself into an abstract polytheism, belief in many gods. But that's not all. Hallucinations and made-up things also belong to extratemporal essences. In the new world of ideas, centaurs work together with ordinary city people. For the absurd person, there was both truth and bitterness in that purely mental idea that all parts of the world are special. To say everything is special is the same as saying everything is equal. But the philosophical side of that truth is so far-reaching that because of a basic reaction they feel maybe closer to Plato. They're taught, in fact, that every image assumes an equally special essence. In this ideal world without any order of importance, the formal army is made up only of generals. To be sure, something beyond had been removed. But a sudden shift in thought brings back into the world a kind of partial presence everywhere that gives depth back to the universe. Should I be afraid I've taken too far an idea, handled more carefully by those who created it? I'm just reading these ideas of Husserl, seemingly strange but strictly logical if you accept what comes before. What is true is absolutely true in itself. Truth is one, the same as itself, no matter how different the beings who see it, people, monsters, angels, or gods. Reason wins and shouts with that voice. I can't deny it. What can its statements mean in the absurd world? Seeing an angel or a god has no meaning for me. That point where reason from beyond confirms mine will always be impossible for me to understand. There too, I see a leap of faith. and even though it's done in the abstract, it still means for me forgetting just what I don't want to forget. When Husserl later says, "If all things pulled by gravity were to disappear, the law of gravity wouldn't be destroyed, but would just stay without anything to apply to," I know I'm facing a philosophy of comfort. And if I want to find the point where thought leaves the path of evidence, I just have to reread the similar reasoning Husserl gives about the mind. If we could clearly see the exact laws of mental processes, they'd be seen as just as lasting and unchanging as the basic laws of science. So they'd be valid even if there were no mental processes. Even if there were no mind, its laws would still be there. I see then that Husserl is trying to make a rational rule out of a mental truth. After having denied the unifying power of human reason, he jumps to eternal reason by this trick. Husserl's idea of the concrete universe can't surprise me then. If I'm told that all essences aren't just ideas, but that some are real, that the first are about logic and the second about science, that's just a matter of definition. The abstract, I'm told, just shows part of something not complete in itself, of a concrete universal. But the hesitation I already pointed out lets me see through the confusion of these words. Because that might mean that the concrete thing I'm paying attention to, this sky, the reflection of water on this coat, alone keeps the value of the real that my interest separates in the world. And I won't deny that. But it might also mean that this coat itself is universal, has its own special and complete essence, belongs to the world of forms. Then I see that just the order of things has been changed. This world has stopped being reflected in a higher universe, but the heaven of forms is shown in the mass of images of this earth. This changes nothing for me. Instead of finding here a taste for the real, the meaning of being human, I find an intellectualism too uncontrolled to make the real concrete. It's pointless to be surprised by the strange contradiction that leads thought to deny itself by opposite paths of humbled reason and triumphant reason. From the abstract God of Husserl to the shining God of Kierkegaard, the distance isn't that great. Reason and the irrational lead to the same preaching. Really, the path doesn't matter much. The will to get there is enough. The abstract philosopher and the religious philosopher start from the same confusion and support each other in the same anxiety. But the main thing is to explain. Longing is stronger here than knowledge. It's important that the thinking of our time is both one of the most deeply filled with a philosophy of the meaninglessness of the world and one of the most divided in its conclusions. It's constantly going back and forth between extreme reason to explain reality, which tends to break up that thought into standard reasons, and its extreme irrationality, which tends to make a god of it. But this split is only on the surface. It's about finding peace, and in both cases, the leap is enough. People always wrongly think that reason is just one way. To tell the truth, even though it tries to be strict, this idea is just as unstable as others. Reason has a very human side, but it can also turn towards the divine. Since Plotinus, who first brought it together with the eternal world, it's learned to turn away from its most valued ideas, like contradiction, to fit into it the strangest idea of all, that of participation. It's a tool for thinking, not thought itself. Most of all, a person's thought is their longing. Just like reason could calm Plotinus's sadness, it gives modern anxiety a way to calm itself in the familiar setting of the eternal. The absurd mind is less lucky. For it, the world is neither so rational nor so irrational. It's unreasonable, and only that. With Husserl, reason finally has no limits at all. The absurd, on the other hand, sets its limits because it can't calm its anxiety. Kierkegaard says on his own that just one limit is enough to deny that anxiety. But the absurd doesn't go that far, because that limit is only aimed at what reason tries to do. The theme of the irrational, as existentialists see it, is reason getting confused and escaping by denying itself. The absurd is clear reason noting its limits. Only at the end of this hard path does the absurd person see their real reasons. Comparing their inner need and what they're offered, they suddenly feel they're going to turn away. In Husserl's world, the world becomes clear, and that longing for familiarity that people feel in their hearts becomes pointless. In Kierkegaard's apocalypse, that desire for clarity has to be given up if it wants to be satisfied. Sin isn't so much knowing, if it were, everyone would be innocent, as wanting to know. Really, it's the only sin that the absurd person can feel as being both their fault and not their fault. They're offered a solution where all the past contradictions have become just pointless arguments. But that's not how they experienced them. Their truth has to be kept, which means not being satisfied. They don't want preaching. My reasoning wants to be true to the evidence that started it. That evidence is the absurd. It's that split between the mind that desires and the world that disappoints. My longing for unity, this broken world, and the contradiction that ties them together. Kierkegaard gets rid of my longing, and Husserl puts that world back together. That's not what I was expecting. It was about living and thinking with those breaks, knowing if you had to agree or refuse. There can't be any question of hiding the evidence, of pushing down the absurd by denying one part of its equation. It's important to know if you can live with it or if logic tells you to die because of it. I'm not interested in philosophical suicide, but in plain suicide. I just want to get rid of its emotional side and know its logic and its honesty. Any other position means tricking the absurd mind and the mind giving up before what it itself has brought to light. Husserl claims to follow the wish to escape the habit of living and thinking in certain familiar and easy ways, but the final leap puts back in him the eternal and its comfort. The leap isn't as dangerous as Kierkegaard makes it out to be. The danger, instead, is in the brief moment before the leap. Being able to stay on that dizzying edge, that's being honest, and everything else is a trick. I also know that helplessness has never inspired such powerful feelings as those of Kierkegaard. But if helplessness has its place in the indifferent story of the world, it has no place in a reasoning whose need is now clear. Absurd freedom. Now the main thing is done. I hold certain facts that I can't separate from. What I know, what's certain, what I can't deny, what I can't reject, that's what matters. I can deny everything in me that lives on vague longings, except this desire for unity, this need to solve, this need for clarity and connection. I can reject everything in this world around me that bothers or excites me, except this chaos, this rule of chance, and this godlike equality that comes from disorder. I don't know if this world has a meaning beyond it, but I know that I don't know that meaning and that it's impossible for me to know it right now. What can a meaning beyond my situation mean to me? I can only understand things in human terms. What I touch, what pushes back against me, that's what I understand. And these two certainties, my hunger for the absolute and for unity, and the impossibility of making this world fit into a rational and reasonable idea, I also know I can't put them together. What other truth can I admit without lying, without bringing in a hope I don't have, and that means nothing in my situation? If I were a tree among trees, a cat among animals, this life would have meaning. Or really, this problem wouldn't come up, because I'd belong to this world. I'd be this world that I'm now against with my whole consciousness and my whole need for familiarity. This silly reason is what sets me against all of creation. I can't just cross it out. What I believe to be true, I have to keep. What seems so obvious to me, even against me, I have to support. And what makes up the basis of that conflict, of that break between the world and my mind, if not being aware of it? So if I want to keep it, I can by being constantly aware, always awake, always alert. That's what, for now, I have to remember. At this moment, the absurd, so obvious and yet so hard to accept, comes back into a person's life and makes itself at home there. At this moment, too, the mind can leave the empty, dry path of clear effort. That path now shows up in everyday life. It meets the world of the anonymous one, but from now on, a person enters it with their revolt and their clarity. They've forgotten how to hope. This hell of the present is their kingdom at last. All problems become sharp again. Abstract ideas step aside for the poetry of shapes and colors. Spiritual conflicts become real and come back to the poor and amazing shelter of the human heart. None of them is settled, but all are changed. Are you going to die, escape by leaping, rebuild a world of ideas and shapes to your own size? Or instead, are you going to take up the heartbreaking and amazing bet of the absurd? Let's make a final effort here and draw all our conclusions. The body, love, creation, action, human pride will then take their places again in this crazy world. Finally, people will again find there the wine of the absurd and the bread of indifference that feeds their greatness. Let's insist again on the method. It's about keeping going. At a certain point on their path, the absurd person is tempted. History is full of religions or prophets, even without gods. They're asked to leap of faith. All they can say is that they don't fully understand, that it's not obvious. Really, they don't want to do anything but what they fully understand. They're told this is pride, but they don't get the idea of sin, that maybe hell is waiting. But they can't really imagine that strange future, that they're losing eternal life, but that seems unimportant to them. People try to make them admit they're guilty. They feel innocent. To be honest, that's all they feel. Their unchangeable innocence. This is what lets them do everything. So what they demand of themselves is to live only with what they know, to make themselves fit what is, and to bring in nothing that's not certain. They're told that nothing is certain. But this at least is a certainty, and that's what they're concerned with. They want to find out if it's possible to live without any appeal. Now I can talk about the idea of suicide. You can already feel what the answer might be. At this point, the problem is turned around. It used to be about finding out if life had to have meaning to be worth living. It now becomes clear instead that it will be lived even better if it has no meaning. To live an experience, a particular fate, is to fully accept it. Now, no one will live this fate knowing it's absurd unless they do everything to keep that absurdity, brought to light by consciousness, in front of them. Denying one part of the conflict they live by is escaping it. To get rid of conscious revolt is to avoid the problem. The idea of constant revolt is thus brought into everyday life. Living is keeping the absurd alive. Keeping it alive is, most of all, thinking about it. Unlike Eurydice, the absurd only dies when you turn away from it. So one of the only consistent philosophical positions is revolt. It's a constant fight between people and their own darkness. It's a demand for a transparency that's impossible. It challenges the world again every second. Just as danger gave people a special chance to become aware, so philosophical revolt expands awareness to all of experience. It's that constant presence of people in their own eyes. It's not wanting something because it has no hope. That revolt is the certainty of a fate that crushes you without the giving up that should come with it. This is where you see how far absurd experience is from suicide. You might think suicide comes from revolt, but you'd be wrong, because it doesn't logically follow from revolt. It's actually the opposite because of the agreement it implies. Suicide, like the leap of faith, is extreme acceptance. Everything is over, and people go back to their basic story. Their future, their special and terrible future. They see it and rush towards it. In its way, suicide settles the absurd. It swallows up the absurd in the same death. But I know that to stay alive, the absurd can't be settled. It escapes suicide because it's both being aware of death and rejecting it at the same time. It's at the very edge, in the last thought of someone condemned to death, that shoelace they see a few feet away, on the very edge of their dizzying fall, despite everything. The opposite of suicide, really, is the person condemned to death. That revolt gives life its value. Spread out over a whole life, it gives life back its importance. For someone who isn't blind to things, there's nothing better to see than intelligence fighting with a reality that's beyond it. Seeing human pride is unmatched. No criticism can take away from it. That discipline the mind puts on itself, that will create it out of nothing, that face-to-face fight, there's something special about them. To make that reality less important, when its inhumanity is what makes people great, is like making people themselves less important. I understand then why the ideas that explain everything to me also weaken me at the same time. They take away the weight of my own life, and yet I have to carry it alone. At this point, I can't imagine that a doubtful philosophy can be joined to a way of life that gives up. Consciousness and revolt, these rejections are the opposite of giving up. Everything in a human heart that's unyielding and passionate, on the contrary, comes alive with its own life. It's important to die unreconciled and not by your own choice. Suicide is a denial. The absurd person can only drain everything to the bitter end and use themselves up. The absurd is their extreme tension, which they keep up constantly through their own effort, because they know that in that consciousness and in that daily revolt, they prove their only truth, which is defiance. This is the first thing that follows from it. If I stay in that planned position of just drawing all the conclusions and nothing else from a newly found idea, I'm faced with a second contradiction. To stay true to that method, I have nothing to do with the problem of philosophical freedom. Knowing if people are free or not doesn't interest me. I can only experience my own freedom. About that, I can't have general ideas, just a few clear insights. The problem of freedom itself has no meaning because it's linked in a very different way to the problem of God. Knowing if people are free or not means knowing if they can have a master. The absurdity of this problem is that the very idea that makes freedom possible also takes away all its meaning. Because with God, the problem is less about freedom than about evil. You know the choice. Either we're not free and God is all-powerful and responsible for evil, or we're free and responsible, but God isn't all-powerful. All the philosophical details have neither added nor taken away anything from how sharp this contradiction is. This is why I can't get lost in praising or just defining an idea that I can't grasp and that loses its meaning as soon as it goes beyond my own personal experience. I can't understand what kind of freedom would be given to me by something beyond. I've lost the idea of importance. The only idea of freedom I can have is that of a prisoner or someone in the middle of the state. The only one I know is freedom of thought and action. Now, if the absurd takes away all my chances of eternal freedom, it gives back and makes bigger, on the other hand, my freedom to act. That loss of hope and future means people become more available. Before facing the absurd, ordinary people live with goals, worrying about the future or about being justified to someone or something. It doesn't matter. They think about their chances. They count on someday, their retirement or their children's work. They still think something in their life can be directed. Really, they act as if they were free, even if all the facts show they're not. But after the absurd, everything is turned upside down. That idea of I am, my way of acting like everything has meaning, even if sometimes I said nothing has. All that is proven wrong in a dizzying way by the absurdity of a possible death. Thinking about the future, setting goals for yourself, having preferences, all this assumes you believe in freedom, even if sometimes you realize you don't feel it. But at that moment, I'm very aware that that higher freedom, that freedom to be, which is the only basis for truth, doesn't exist. Death is there as the only reality. After death, that's it. I'm not even free to live forever, but a slave, and most of all, a slave without hope of a revolution that lasts, without any way to feel contempt. And who can stay a slave without revolution and without contempt? What freedom can really exist without being sure of eternity? But at the same time, the absurd person realizes that until now they were tied to that idea of freedom, to the illusion of freedom they were living on. In a way that held them back. As much as they imagined a purpose to their life, they made themselves fit the demands of a purpose to be achieved and became a slave to their freedom. So I couldn't act any differently than as the father, or the engineer, or the leader of a country, or the office worker I'm planning to be. I think I can choose to be that rather than something else. I think that without realizing it, for sure. But at the same time, I strengthen my idea with what people around me believe, with what my human world assumes. Others are so sure they're free, and that happy feeling is so contagious. No matter how much you try to stay away from any assumption, moral or social, you're partly affected by them. And even for the best of them, there are good and bad assumptions. You make your life fit them. So the absurd person realizes they weren't really free. To put it clearly, as much as I hope, as much as I worry about a truth that might be just for me, about a way of being or creating, as much as I shape my life and prove that I agree that it has meaning, I create walls between which I limit my life. I'm like so many office workers of the mind and heart who just fill me with disgust and whose only fault I now clearly see is to take human freedom seriously. The absurd makes this clear to me. There's no future. From now on, this is the reason for my inner freedom. I'll use two comparisons here. Mystics, first of all, find freedom in giving themselves up, By losing themselves in their God, by accepting his rules, they become secretly free. In freely accepted slavery, they get back a deeper independence. But what does that freedom mean? You could say, most of all, they feel free about themselves, and not so much free as liberated. In the same way, completely turned toward death, taken here as the most obvious absurdity, the absurd person feels freed from everything outside that passionate attention focused in them. They enjoy a freedom about common rules. You can see here that the first ideas of existential philosophy keep all their value. The return to consciousness, escaping everyday sleep, are the first steps of absurd freedom. But it's existential preaching that's being talked about, and with it that spiritual leap that basically escapes consciousness. In the same way, this is my second comparison, slaves in ancient times didn't belong to themselves, but they knew that freedom that means not feeling responsible. Death, too, has powerful hands which, while crushing, also liberate. Losing yourself in that bottomless certainty, feeling from now on far enough away from your own life to make it bigger and see it more clearly, this involves the idea of a liberation. This new independence has a limited time, like any freedom to act. It doesn't write a check on eternity, but it takes the place of the illusions of freedom, which all stopped with death. That godlike availability of the person condemned to death when the prison doors open in an early dawn, that unbelievable lack of interest in everything except for the pure flame of life. It's clear that death and the absurd are here the basis for the only reasonable freedom, the freedom a human heart can experience and live. This is the second thing that follows from it. The absurd person then sees a world that's burning and cold, clear and limited, where nothing is possible but everything is given, and beyond which everything falls apart and becomes nothingness. They can then decide to accept such a world and get from it their strength, their refusal to hope, and the unyielding proof of a life without comfort. But what does life mean in such a world? Nothing else for now, but not caring about the future and wanting to use up everything that's given. Believing in the meaning of life always means having a scale of values, a choice, your preferences. Believing in the absurd based on what we've said teaches the opposite. But this is worth looking at. Knowing if you can live without appeal is all that interests me. I don't want to get in over my head. Given this part of life, can I make myself fit it? Now, facing this specific question, believing in the absurd is like replacing the quality of experiences with the quantity. If I convince myself that this life has no other side than the absurd, if I feel that its whole balance depends on that constant fight between my conscious revolt and the darkness it struggles in, if I admit that my freedom has no meaning except about its limited fate, then I have to say that what matters isn't living the best, but living the most. It's not for me to wonder if this is common or shocking, elegant or awful. Once and for all, value judgments are thrown out here in favor of facts. I just have to draw conclusions from what I can see and not risk anything that's just a guess. If living this way wasn't honorable, then real decency would tell me to be dishonorable. Living the most. In the broadest sense, that rule means nothing. It needs to be defined. It seems to start with the fact that the idea of quantity hasn't been looked at enough, because it can explain a lot of human experience. A person's rules for living and their scale of values have no meaning except through the quantity and variety of experiences they've been able to collect. Now, modern life puts the same amount of experiences on most people, and so the same deep experience. Sure, you also have to think about what each person brings to it, what they're given, but I can't judge that, and let me say again that my rule here is to stick to the clear evidence. I see then that what makes a common moral code different isn't so much how important its basic ideas are, but how normal an experience it is that can be measured. To push the idea a bit, the Greeks had the code of their leisure, just like we have the code of our 8-hour day. But already many people among the most tragic make us see that a longer experience changes this scale of values. They make us imagine that everyday adventurer who, just through the number of experiences, would break all records, I'm using this sports word on purpose, and would then create their own moral code. But let's not be too romantic. And just ask ourselves what that attitude might mean to someone who decides to take up that bet and to watch closely what they see as the rules of the game. Breaking all the records is first of all facing the world as much as possible. How can you do that without contradictions and without playing with words? Because on one hand, the absurd teaches that all experiences are unimportant, and on the other, it pushes you towards the greatest number of experiences. How then can you not do what so many of those people I talked about earlier do? Choose the way of life that brings you the most of that human stuff. And in doing so, bring in a scale of values that you claim to reject on the other hand. But again, it's the absurd and its contradictory life that teaches us. Because the mistake is thinking that that quantity of experiences depends on the things that happen to you in life, when it only depends on you. Here we have to be very simple. For two people living the same number of years, the world always gives the same total of experiences. It's up to us to be aware of them. Being aware of your life, your revolt, your freedom, and to the fullest extent, is living, and to the fullest extent. Where clarity rules, the scale of values becomes pointless. Let's be even simpler. Let's say the only obstacle, the only thing you have to fix is dying too soon. So it's that no depth, no feeling, no passion, and no sacrifice could be equal in the eyes of the absurd person, even if they wanted it to be, to a conscious life of 40 years and a clarity spread over 60 years. Madness and death are what they can't fix. People don't choose. The absurd and the extra life it involves, therefore don't depend on people's will, but on their opposite, which is death. If you weigh words carefully, it's really all about luck. You just have to be able to agree to this. There will never be anything to replace 20 years of life and experience. It's strange that for such an alert people, the Greeks claim that those who died young were loved by the gods. And that's only true if you believe that entering the silly world of the gods is forever losing the purest joys, which are feeling and feeling on this earth. The present and the series of presents for someone who is always conscious is the ideal for the absurd person. But the word ideal sounds wrong here. It's not even their calling, but just the third thing that follows from their reasoning. Having started from a painful awareness of the inhuman, thinking about the absurd returns at the end of its journey to the very heart of the passionate flames of human revolt. So I draw three things from the absurd, which are my revolt, my freedom, and my passion. Just by being conscious, I change into a rule of life what was an invitation to death, and I refuse suicide. I know for sure the dull echo that vibrates through these days, but I only have one word to say: it's necessary. When Nietzsche writes, "It seems clear that the main thing in heaven and on earth is to obey for a long time and in one direction. In the long run, something happens that makes it worth living on this earth, like virtue, art, music, dance, reason, the mind. Something that changes things, something delicate, crazy, or divine." He explains the rule of a truly special moral code. But he also points to the way of the absurd person. Obeying the flame is both the easiest and the hardest thing to do, but it's good for people to judge themselves sometimes. They're the only ones who can do it. Prayer, says Alain, is when night comes down over thought. But the mind has to meet the night, reply the mystics and the existentialists. Yes, really, but not that night that's born under closed eyelids and through just wanting it, dark, impossible to see through. Night that the mind calls up to plunge into it. If it has to meet a night, let it be the night of despair, which stays clear. Polar night, a vigil of the mind, from which will come maybe that white and pure brightness that outlines everything in the light of intelligence. At that level, equality meets passionate understanding. Then it's not even about judging the leap of faith anymore. It takes its place again among the age-old picture of human attitudes. For the watcher, if they're conscious, that leap is still absurd, because as much as it thinks it solves the contradiction, it puts it back in place unchanged. On this point, it's exciting. On this point, everything goes back to its place, and the absurd world is reborn in all its beauty and variety. But it's bad to stop. Hard to be satisfied with just one way of seeing things, to go without contradiction, maybe the most delicate of all spiritual forces. What I've said so far just describes a way of thinking. but the point is to live. The absurd man. If Stavrogin believes, he doesn't think he believes. If he doesn't believe, he doesn't think he doesn't believe. The possessed. My field, said Goethe, is time. That is indeed the absurd speech. What really is the absurd person? Someone who, without denying it, does nothing for eternity. Not that longing for something more is foreign to them. But they prefer their courage and their reason. The first teaches them to live without appeal and to get along with what they have. The second tells them their limits. Sure of their freedom that only lasts for a while, of their revolt without a future, and of being aware that they'll die, they live out their journey within their lifetime. That's their field. That's their action, which they protect from any judgment but their own. A longer life can't mean another life for them. That would be unfair. I'm not even talking here about that silly eternity called fame after death. Roland trusted herself. That boldness taught her a lesson. People after her are happy to quote what she said, but forget to judge it. Roland doesn't care about fame after death. There's no point in talking about morals. I've seen people act badly with great morals, and I see every day that being honest doesn't need rules. There's only one moral code that the absurd person can accept, the one that's not separate from God, the one that's dictated. But they happen to live outside that God. As for the others, and that includes being immoral, the absurd person sees nothing in them but excuses, and they have nothing to excuse. I start here with the idea that they're innocent. That innocence is scary. Everything is allowed, says Ivan Karamazov. That also sounds absurd, but only if you don't take it in a common way. I don't know if it's been pointed out enough that it's not a cry of relief or joy, but more a sad recognition of a fact. The certainty of a God giving life meaning is much more attractive than being able to act badly without being punished. It wouldn't be hard to choose, but there's no choice, and that's where the sadness comes in. The absurd doesn't set you free. It ties you down. It doesn't say all actions are okay. Everything is allowed doesn't mean nothing is forbidden. The absurd just makes all the results of those actions equal. It doesn't suggest crime because that would be childish, but it makes feeling guilty pointless. In the same way, if all experiences are equal, then duty is as valid as any other idea. You can be good just because you feel like it. All systems of morality are based on the idea that an action has results that make it right or wrong. A mind filled with the absurd just sees that those results have to be considered calmly. It's ready to pay the price. In other words, there might be people responsible, but in its view, no one is guilty. At most, such a mind will agree to use past experience as a basis for future actions. Time will just keep going, and life will serve life. In this area that's both limited and full of possibilities, everything in them, except how clearly they see things, seems impossible to know beforehand. What rule, then, could come from that unreasonable order? The only truth that might seem helpful to them isn't set in stone. It comes from life and shows itself in people. The absurd mind can't really expect moral rules at the end of its reasoning as much as, instead, examples and the spirit of human lives. The few examples that follow are like that. They keep going with the absurd reasoning by giving it a specific attitude and their warmth. Do I need to explain that an example isn't necessarily something to follow, even less so, if possible, in the absurd world, and that these examples aren't models? Besides the fact that you need a certain calling for this, it gets silly, even if you're polite about it, when you conclude from Rousseau that you have to walk on all fours and from Nietzsche that you have to mistreat your mother. It's important to be absurd, writes a modern author. It's not important to be a fool. The attitudes I'm going to talk about can only really make sense if you think about their opposites. An office worker in the post office is equal to a conqueror if they're both conscious. All experiences are equal in this way. Some do help people and some don't. They help if they make people more conscious. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. People's failures show they're judging themselves, not their situations. I'm only choosing people who just want to use themselves up, or whom I see as using themselves up. That doesn't mean anything else. For now, I just want to talk about a world where thoughts, like lives, have no future. Everything that makes people work and get excited uses hope. So the only thought that isn't a lie is a pointless thought. In the absurd world, how valuable an idea or a life is depends on how pointless it is. Don Juanism. If just loving was enough, things would be too easy. The more you love, the stronger the absurd gets. Don Juan doesn't go from woman to woman because he doesn't love. It's silly to see him as a mystic searching for total love. But it's really because he loves them with the same passion, and each time with his whole self, that he has to repeat his gift and his deep search. That's why each woman hopes to give him what no one has ever given him. Each time they're completely wrong and just make him feel the need to repeat it. Finally, one of them says, "I've given you love." Should we be surprised that Don Juan laughs at this? Finally, no, he says, but one more time. Why should you only love a little to love a lot? Is Don Juan sad? Not likely. I'll just barely talk about the story. That laugh, that conquering confidence, that playfulness and love of acting are all clear and happy. Every healthy creature wants to multiply itself. That's how it is with Don Juan. And anyway, sad people have two reasons to be sad. They don't know what they want, or they hope for something. Don Juan knows and doesn't hope. He reminds you of those artists who know their limits, never go beyond them, and in that small space where they stand spiritually, enjoy all the wonderful ease of masters. And that's really genius, intelligence that knows its limits. Up to the limit of physical death, Don Juan doesn't know sadness. The moment he knows, his laugh bursts out and makes you forgive everything. He was sad when he had hope. Now, on that woman's lips, he tastes the bitter and comforting taste of the only knowledge. Bitter? Barely. That needed imperfection that makes happiness possible. It's completely wrong to try to see Don Juan as someone from the Bible. Nothing is pointless to him except hoping for another life. He proves this because he bets that other life against heaven itself. Longing for desire killed by getting what you want, that common thing for someone who can't do anything, isn't part of him. That's fine for Faust, who believed in God enough to sell himself to the devil. For Don Juan, it's simpler. Melina's Burlador always answers the threats of hell. What a long break you're giving me. What comes after death is pointless, and what a long line of days for someone who knows how to be alive. Faust wanted worldly things. The poor man just had to reach out his hand. It was already like selling his soul when he couldn't enjoy them. As for being full, Don Juan insists on it instead. If he leaves a woman, it's not really because he's stopped wanting her. A beautiful woman is always something to want, but he wants another, and no, it's not the same thing. This life makes him happy in every way, and nothing is worse than losing it. This crazy man is very wise, but people who live on hope don't do well in this world where kindness gives way to generosity, affection to strong silence, and joining with others to being brave alone. And everyone is quick to say he was weak, idealistic, or a saint. You have to put down the greatness that makes you feel bad. People are annoyed enough, or have that smile that makes what it admires look cheap, by Don Juan's words and by that same line he uses on all women. But for someone who wants quantity in their joys, the only thing that matters is if it works. What's the point of making passwords more complicated when the old ones still work? No one, not the woman or the man, listens to them, but to the voice that says them. They're the rule, the tradition, and politeness. Once they're said, the most important thing is still to come. Don Juan is already getting ready for it. Why should he worry about morals? He's not like Milos's Manara, who damns himself because he wants to be a saint. Hell for him is something to be provoked. He only has one answer to God's anger, and that's human pride. I have pride, he says to the commander, and I'm keeping my promise because I'm a knight. But it would be just as wrong to see him as immoral. In this way, he's like everyone else. He has his own moral code of what he likes and dislikes. You can only really understand Don Juan by always comparing him to what he usually means, the ordinary seducer and the sex addict. He's an ordinary seducer, except for the difference that he's conscious, and that's why he's absurd. A seducer who becomes clear-sighted won't change because of it. Seducing is how he lives. Only in stories do people change their lives or become better. But you could say that at the same time nothing is changed and everything is changed. What Don Juan realizes in action is a moral code of quantity, while the saint, on the other hand, wants quality. Not believing in the deep meaning of things is part of being absurd. As for those friendly or amazed faces, he looks at them, stores them away, and doesn't stop at them. Time keeps up with him. The absurd person is someone who isn't separate from time. Don Juan doesn't think about collecting women. He uses up their number and with them his chances in life. Collecting means being able to live off your past, but he rejects regret, that other form of hope. He can't look at portraits. Is he selfish after all? In his way, maybe. But here too, you have to understand each other. There are people made for living and people made for loving. At least Don Juan would say so. But he'd say it in very few words, like he chooses to. Because the love we're talking about here is covered in illusions of eternity. As all experts on passion tell us, there's no eternal love unless it's stopped short. There's hardly any passion without struggle. That kind of love only ends in the final contradiction of death. You have to be worther or nothing. There too, there are different ways to commit suicide, one of which is completely giving yourself up and forgetting yourself. Don Juan, like anyone else, knows that this can be exciting, but he's one of the very few who know that's not what's important. He knows just as well that people who turn away from all personal life through a great love might become richer in some ways, but definitely make those they love poorer. A mother or a wife who's really in love has to have a closed heart because it's turned away from the world. One feeling, one person, one face, but everything is used up. Don Juan is bothered by a very different kind of love, and this one sets you free. It brings with it all the faces in the world, and its trembling comes from knowing it will die. Don Juan has chosen to be nothing. For him, it's about seeing clearly. We call love what ties us to certain people just because of a common way of seeing things that books and legends are responsible for. But of love, I only know that mix of desire, affection, and intelligence that ties me to this or that person. That mix isn't the same for anyone else. I don't have the right to call all these experiences by the same name. This frees you from acting the same way in all of them. The absurd person multiplies here again what they can't make one. So they find a new way of being that sets them free, at least as much as it sets free those who come near them. There's no noble love except that which knows it's both short-lived and special. All those deaths and all those rebirths put together like a bundle make up Don Juan's life in bloom. It's his way of giving and making things alive. You can decide if you want to call it selfishness or not. I'm thinking now of all those people who are so sure Don Juan has to be punished, not just in another life, but even in this one. I'm thinking of all those stories, legends, and jokes about old Don Juan, but Don Juan is already ready. For someone who is conscious, old age and what it means aren't a surprise. Really, they're only conscious if they don't hide its horror from themselves. There was a temple in Athens dedicated to old age. Children were taken there. As for Don Juan, the more people laugh at him, the more he stands out. That way, he rejects the one the romantics gave him. No one wants to laugh at that tormented, sad Don Juan. People feel sorry for him. Will heaven itself save him? But that's not it. In the world that Don Juan sees, being laughed at is part of it. He'd think it was normal to be punished. That's the rule of the game. And really, it's part of his pride to have accepted all the rules of the game. But he knows he's right and that there can be no question of punishment. Fate isn't punishment. That's his crime, and it's easy to see why religious people want to punish him. He finds a knowledge without illusions that denies everything they believe. Loving and having, conquering and using up, that's how he knows things. That common word in the Bible that calls sex knowing is important here. He's their worst enemy because he doesn't know them. A writer says that the real Burlador was killed by Franciscans who wanted to end the excesses and blasphemies of Don Juan, whose birth made him untouchable. Then they said heaven had struck him down. No one has proven that strange end. No one has proven the opposite either. But without wondering if it's likely, I can say it's logical. I just want to point out here the word birth and play on words. It was being alive that made him innocent. It was only from death that he got a guilt that's now legendary. What else does that stone commander mean? That cold statue set in motion to punish the blood and courage that dared to think. All the powers of eternal reason, of order, of universal morality, all the foreign power of a god ready to be angry are summed up in him. That huge and soulless stone just shows the forces that Don Juan denied forever. But the commander's job stops there. The thunder and lightning can go back to the fake heaven where they were called from. The real tragedy happens somewhere else. No, Don Juan didn't die by a stone hand. I think he really did have that legendary courage, that crazy laugh of a healthy person challenging a god that doesn't exist. But most of all, I think that on that night when Don Juan was waiting for Anna, the commander didn't come, and that after midnight, the blasphemer must have felt the awful bitterness of those who have been right. I even more easily believe the story of his life that has him finally burying himself in a monastery. Not that the moral of the story seems likely. What comfort can he go ask God for? But this shows more the logical result of a life completely filled with the absurd. The sad end of a life turned towards short-lived joys. At this point, physical pleasure ends up in self-denial. It's important to see that they can be, in a way, two sides of the same emptiness. What more awful picture can you call up than someone betrayed by their body who, just because they didn't die in time, lives out the comedy while waiting for the end, face to face with that God they don't worship, serving him as they served life, kneeling before an emptiness, and arms stretched out towards a heaven without words that they know is also empty. I see Don Juan in a cell in one of those Spanish monasteries lost on a hilltop, and if he thinks about anything at all, it's not the ghosts of past loves, but maybe through a narrow slit in the sun-baked wall, some silent Spanish plain, a noble, soulless land where he sees himself. Yes, it's on this sad and shining image that the curtain has to come down. The final end, waited for but never wanted. The final end is unimportant. Drama. The play's the thing, says Hamlet, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. Catch is really the word, because conscience moves quickly or hides itself inside. You have to catch it quickly at that tiny moment when it briefly shows itself. Everyday people don't like to wait. Everything, instead, pushes them forward. But at the same time, nothing interests them more than themselves, especially what they could be. That's why they like the theater, the show, where so many lives are shown to them, where they can enjoy the poetry without feeling the sadness. There at least you can recognize the thoughtless person, and they keep rushing towards some hope or other. The absurd person starts where that one leaves off, where, stopping to admire the play, the mind wants to enter in. Entering into all these lives, experiencing them in all their variety, is like acting them out. I'm not saying that actors in general do this, that they're absurd people, but their fate is an absurd fate that might charm and draw in a clear-sighted heart. You have to understand this to understand what will follow without getting confused. What actors do is all about things that don't last. Of all kinds of fame, it's known that theirs is the shortest, at least that's what people say. But all kinds of fame are short-lived. From the view of Sirius, Goethe's works in 10,000 years will be dust and his name forgotten. Maybe a few archaeologists will look for proof of our time. That idea has always had a lesson in it. Thinking about it seriously makes our worries less important and shows the deep nobility that's in indifference. Most of all, it points our worries towards what's most certain, that is, towards what's right in front of us. Of all kinds of fame, the least fake is the one that's lived. So actors have chosen many-sided fame, the fame that's made sacred and tested. From the fact that everything is going to die someday, they draw the best conclusion. An actor either succeeds or fails. A writer has some hope, even if they're not liked. They assume their works will show what they were. At best, the actor will leave us a photo, and nothing of what they really were, their actions and their silences, their breathing fast or slow with love, will come down to us. For them, not to be known is not to act, and not acting is dying 100 times with all the people they could have brought to life or brought back to life. Why should we be surprised to find a short-lived fame built on the most short-lived of creations? The actor has 3 hours to be Iago or Alceste, Phaedra, or Gloucester. In that short time, they make them come to life and die on 50 square yards of stage. Never has the absurd been shown so well or for so long. What more revealing example can you imagine than those amazing lives, those special and complete destinies playing out for a few hours on a stage set? Off stage, Sigismundo stops being important. 2 hours later, he's seen eating dinner, then maybe life is just a dream. But after Sigismundo, someone else comes. The hero suffering from uncertainty takes the place of the person shouting for revenge. By sweeping over centuries and minds, by acting like people can be and are, the actor has much in common with that other absurd person, the traveler. Like them, they use something up and are always moving. They're a traveler in time, and for the best, the hunted traveler, chased by souls. If ever the morals of quantity could find support, it's really on that strange stage. How much the actor gains from the characters is hard to say. But that's not the important thing. It's just about knowing how far they become one with those irreplaceable lives. It often happens they carry them with them, that they kind of overflow the time and place they were born in. They go with the actor who can't easily separate themselves from what they've been. Sometimes when reaching for their glass, they repeat Hamlet's gesture of raising his cup. No, the distance between them and the people they bring to life isn't that great. They clearly show every month or every day that suggestive truth that there's no line between what a person wants to be and what they are. Always trying to act better, they show how much appearing creates being. Because that's their art, to completely pretend, to put themselves as deeply as possible into lives that aren't their own. At the end of their effort, their calling becomes clear, to give themselves completely to being nothing or to being many. The smaller the limits given to them for creating their character, the more needed their talent is. They'll die in 3 hours under the mask they've put on today. In 3 hours, they have to experience and show a whole special life. That's called losing yourself to find yourself. In those 3 hours, they travel the whole path of a life that ends in death, that people in the audience take a lifetime to cover. A mime of the short-lived, the actor trains and perfects themselves only in appearances. What the theater agrees on is that the heart shows itself and talks only through actions and in the body, or through the voice, which is as much soul as body. What that art says is that everything has to be made bigger and turned into flesh. If it was important on stage to love like people really love, to use that irreplaceable voice of the heart, to look like people think in life, our talk would be code, but here silences have to be heard. Love speaks louder, and not moving itself becomes dramatic. The body is king. Not everyone can be theatrical, and that word that people unfairly make fun of covers a whole way of seeing things and a whole way of living. Half of a person's life is spent hinting, turning away, and staying quiet. Here the actor is the intruder. They break the spell holding that soul, and finally feelings can rush onto their stage. They speak in every action. They only live through shouts and cries. So the actor creates their characters to be shown off. They draw or sculpt them and slip into their made-up shape, pouring their blood into their ghosts. I'm talking about great drama, the kind that gives the actor a chance to fulfill their whole physical destiny. Think of Shakespeare, for example. In that emotional drama, physical feelings lead the dance. They explain everything. Without them, everything would fall apart. King Lear would never keep the appointment set by madness without the harsh action of exiling Cordelia and condemning Edgar. It's just that the unfolding of that tragedy should from then on be ruled by madness. Souls are given over to demons and their wild dance. No less than 4 mad people. One by trade, another on purpose, and the last 2 from suffering. 4 messed up bodies, 4 unspeakable sides of one situation. The size of the human body isn't enough. The mask and the platform shoes, the makeup that reduces and highlights the face in its basic parts, the costume that makes things bigger and simpler, that world gives up everything for appearance and is made only for the eye. Through an absurd miracle, it's the body that also brings knowledge. I'd never really understand Iago unless I played his part. It's not enough to hear him, because I only get him when I see him. Of the absurd character, the actor then has the sameness, that single heavy outline, both strange and familiar, that they carry from hero to hero. There, too, great drama adds to this unity of tone. This is where the actor contradicts themselves. The same and yet so different, so many souls put together in one body. But it's the absurd contradiction itself, that person who wants to achieve everything and live everything, that pointless attempt, that useless persistence. What always contradicts itself still joins in them. They're at that point where body and mind meet, where the mind, tired of losing, turns to its most loyal friend. And blessed are those, says Hamlet, whose blood and judgment are so well mixed that they're not a pipe for Fortune's finger to play what tune she wants. How could the church not have condemned what actors do? It rejected in that art the wrong idea of many souls, the emotional excess, the shocking idea of a mind that doesn't want to live just one life and throws itself into all kinds of excess. It said no to their liking for the present and that victory of Proteus, who can change shape, which are against everything it teaches. Eternity isn't a game. A mind silly enough to prefer a play to eternity has lost its salvation. Between everywhere and forever, there's no compromise. So that profession that people make fun of can lead to a huge spiritual conflict. What matters, said Nietzsche, isn't eternal life, but eternal liveliness. All drama is really about this choice. Celimene against Elianthe, the whole story in the absurd result of a nature taken to its extreme, and the words themselves, the bad words, barely stressed like the sameness of the character's nature. Adrienne Lecouvreur on her deathbed was willing to confess and take communion, but refused to give up acting. So she lost the benefit of confession. Wasn't that like choosing her strong passion over God? And that woman in her death throes, refusing in tears to deny what she called her art, showed a greatness she never had on stage. This was her best part and the hardest to play. Choosing between heaven and a silly loyalty, preferring yourself to eternity or losing yourself in God is the age-old tragedy that everyone has to play their part in. Actors back then knew they were kicked out of the church. Choosing to act was like choosing hell, and the church saw them as their worst enemies. A few writers protested, "What? Refuse last rites to Molière." But that was right, especially for someone who died on stage and finished a life completely given to showing off under the actor's makeup. In his case, people talk about genius, which excuses everything. But genius excuses nothing, just because it refuses to give up. The actor knew back then what punishment was waiting for them. But how important could such vague threats be compared to the final punishment that life itself was saving for them? This was the one they felt coming and accepted fully. For the actor as for the absurd person, dying too soon is something you can't fix. Nothing can make up for all the faces and centuries they would have lived through otherwise. But anyway, everyone has to die. Because the actor is probably everywhere, but time also sweeps them along and leaves its mark on them. You just have to imagine a little what an actor's fate means. It's in time that they make up and list their characters. It's also in time that they learn to rule them. The more different lives they've lived, the more separate they can be from them. The time comes when they have to die to the stage and for the world. What they've lived faces them. They see clearly. They feel how painful and irreplaceable that journey is. They know and can now die. There are homes for old actors. No, says the conqueror, don't think that because I love action I've had to forget how to think. Instead, I can fully explain what I believe, because I believe it strongly and I see it surely and clearly. Be careful of those who say, I know this too well to be able to explain it, because if they can't, it's because they don't know it or because they just stopped at the surface. I don't have many opinions. At the end of a life, people notice they've spent years becoming sure of just one truth. But one truth, if it's obvious, is enough to guide a life. For me, I definitely have something to say about people. You have to talk about them plainly and, if needed, with the right contempt. People are more themselves in what they keep to themselves than in what they say. There are many things I'll keep to myself, but I strongly believe that all those who've judged people have done so with much less experience than we have to base their judgment on. Intelligence, maybe sharp intelligence, saw what was important to notice, but the time, its ruins, and its blood overwhelm us with facts. It was possible for ancient countries, and even for more recent ones up to our machine age, to compare the good qualities of society and of the individual, to try to find out which was to serve the other. First of all, that was possible because of that stubborn mistake in people's hearts that makes them think human beings were created to serve or be served. Second, it was possible because neither society nor people had yet shown all they could do. I've seen smart people be amazed at the masterpieces of Dutch painters born during the height of the bloody wars in Flanders, be amazed by the prayers of mystics from Silesia created during the terrible 30 Years' War. Lasting values survive worldly chaos to their surprise. But there's been progress since then. Painters today don't have that peace. Even if they have the basic heart a creator needs, a closed heart, it's no use, because everyone, including the saint themselves, is busy. Maybe this is what I've felt most deeply. In every form that fails in the trenches, in every outline, metaphor, or prayer crushed by steel, the eternal loses a round. Knowing that I can't stay away from my time, I've decided to be a real part of it. That's why I value people only because they seem silly and humbled to me. Knowing there are no winning causes, I like lost causes. They need a pure soul, equal to their defeat as to their short wins. For anyone who feels linked to this world's fate, the clash of civilizations is painful. I've made that pain mine at the same time I wanted to join in. Between history and the eternal, I've chosen history because I like certainties. About it, at least, I'm certain, and how can I deny this force crushing me? There always comes a time when you have to choose between thinking and acting. That's called becoming a man. Such choices are awful. But for a proud heart, there can be no compromise. There's God or time, that cross or this sword. This world has a higher meaning that goes beyond its worries, or nothing is true but those worries. You have to live with time and die with it, or else escape it for a greater life. I know you can compromise and live in the world while believing in the eternal. That's called accepting. But I hate that word and want all or nothing. If I choose action, don't think I don't know what thinking is like. But it can't give me everything, and without the eternal, I want to join with time. I don't want to say it's longing or bitterness, and I just want to see clearly. I tell you, tomorrow you'll be called up. For you and for me, that's a liberation. People can do nothing, and yet they can do everything. In that wonderfully free state, you understand why I lift up and crush them at the same time. It's the world that crushes them, and I who free them. I give them all their rights. Conquerors know that action is useless in itself. There's only one useful action, remaking people in the earth. I'll never remake people. But you have to act as if, because the path of struggle leads me to the body. Even humbled, the body is my only certainty. I can only live on it. Being a creature is my homeland. That's why I've chosen this absurd and pointless effort. That's why I'm on the side of struggle. Our time is right for this, like I said. Up to now, the greatness of a conqueror was about land. It was measured by how much land they conquered. There's a reason why the word has changed meaning and stopped meaning a winning general. Greatness has changed sides. It's in protest and hopeless sacrifice. There too, it's not because you want to lose. Winning would be nice, but there's only one win, and it's eternal. That's the one I'll never have. That's where I stumble and hold on. A revolution is always against the gods, starting with Prometheus's revolution, the first of modern conquerors. It's people's demands against their fate. The demands of the poor are just an excuse. But I can get that spirit only in its historical action, and that's where I connect with it. Don't think, though, that I enjoy it. Against the main contradiction, I keep my human contradiction. I set up my clarity in the middle of what denies it. I lift up people against what crushes them, and my freedom, my revolt, and my passion come together then in that tension, that clarity, and that endless repetition. Yes, people are their own end, and they're their only end. If they want to be something, it's in this life. Now I know it too well. Conquerors sometimes talk about winning and overcoming, but it's always overcoming yourself, they mean. You know what that means. Everyone has felt like they were equal to a god at certain moments. At least, that's how it's said. But this comes from feeling in a flash the amazing greatness of the human mind. Conquerors are just those people who are conscious enough of their strength to be sure of living always on those heights and fully aware of that greatness. It's about math, more or less. Conquerors can do more, but they can do no more than people themselves when they want to. That's why they never leave the human mess, plunging into the boiling soul of revolutions. There they find people broken, but they also find there the only values they like and admire: people and their silence. This is both their poverty and their wealth. There's only one luxury for them: human connections. How can you not see that in this weak world? Everything that's human and only human means more. Faces full of feeling, threaten brotherhood, such strong and pure friendship between people. These are the real riches because they're temporary. In their midst, the mind is most aware of its powers and limits, that is, how effective it is. Some have talked about genius, but genius is easy to say. I prefer intelligence. You have to say it can be amazing then. It lights up this desert and rules it. It knows what it has to do and shows it. It will die at the same time as this body, but knowing this is what makes it free. We know that all churches are against us. A heart so full of feeling escapes the eternal, and all churches, religious or political, claim to be eternal. Happiness and courage, reward or justice are secondary goals for them. It's a set of beliefs they bring, and you have to agree to it. But I don't care about ideas or the eternal. The truths that are in my reach can be touched by hand. I can't separate from them. That's why you can't build anything on me. Nothing conquerors do lasts, not even their ideas. At the end of all that, despite everything, is death. We also know that it ends everything. That's why those cemeteries all over Europe that bother some of us are awful. People only make beautiful what they love, and death pushes us away and makes us impatient. It too has to be conquered. The last Carrara, a prisoner in Padua, worn out by the plague and surrounded by Venetian soldiers, ran screaming through the halls of his empty palace. He was calling on the devil and asking him for death. This was his way of overcoming it. And it's also a mark of courage common in the West to have made the places where death is honored so ugly. In the rebels' world, death makes injustice seem bigger. It's the worst abuse. Others, without giving up either, have chosen the eternal and said that this world is an illusion. Their cemeteries smile with lots of flowers and birds. That fits the conqueror and gives them a clear picture of what they've rejected. They've chosen instead the black iron fence or the potter's field. The best of religious people are sometimes taken by fear, mixed with respect and pity for minds that can live with such a picture of their death. But those minds get their strength and reason from this. Our fate is there in front of us, and we challenge it, less from pride than from knowing we can't do anything about it. We too sometimes feel sorry for ourselves. It's the only pity that seems okay to us, a feeling that maybe you hardly understand and that seems not very strong to you. But the bravest among us are the ones who feel it. But we call the clear-sighted ones strong, and we don't want a strength that's separate from clarity. Let me say again that these examples don't suggest moral codes and don't judge, they're just sketches. They just show a way of life. The lover, the actor, or the adventurer plays the absurd. But just as well, if they want, the chaste person, the office worker, or the president of the country. It's enough to know and to hide nothing. In Italian museums, you can sometimes find little painted screens that priests used to hold in front of the faces of condemned people to hide the execution from them. The leap of faith in all its forms, rushing into the divine or the eternal, giving in to the illusions of everyday life or of ideas. All these screens hide the absurd. But there are office workers without screens, and they're the ones I mean to talk about. I've chosen the most extreme ones. At this level, the absurd gives them a royal power. It's true those princes have no kingdom, but they have this advantage over others. They know all kingdoms are fake. They know that's all their pride is, and it's pointless to talk to them about hidden sadness or the ashes of disappointment. Not having hope isn't despairing. The flames of earth are definitely worth more than heavenly perfumes. Neither I nor anyone here can judge them. They're not trying to be better. They're trying to be consistent. If you can call wise someone who lives on what they have without wondering about what they don't have, then they are wise people. One of them, a conqueror but in the world of mind, a Don Juan but of knowledge, an actor but of intelligence, knows this better than anyone. You don't deserve any special treatment on earth or in heaven for having perfected your dear little meek sheep. You're still at best a silly, dear little sheep with horns and nothing more, even if you don't burst with pride and cause trouble by acting like a judge. In any case, it was important to bring back to the absurd reasoning more friendly examples. You can imagine many others, tied to time and exile, who also know how to live in peace with a world without future and without weakness. This absurd, godless world is then full of people who think clearly and have stopped hoping. And I haven't yet talked about the most absurd person, who is the creator. Absurd creation, philosophy and fiction. All those lives lived in the thin air of the absurd couldn't last without some deep and constant thought to give them strength. Right here, it can only be a strange feeling of loyalty. People who are conscious have been seen to do their duty in the silliest wars without seeing themselves as being in contradiction. That's because it was important to not avoid anything. So there's a philosophical pride in enduring the world's absurdity. Conquest or acting, many loves, absurd revolt are tributes people pay to their pride in a fight they're going to lose from the start. It's just about being true to the rules of the battle. That thought might be enough to support a mind. It has supported and still supports whole civilizations. War can't be denied. You have to live it or die because of it. It's the same with the absurd. It's about breathing with it, recognizing what it teaches, and getting back its realness. In this way, the best absurd joy is creation. Art and nothing but art, said Nietzsche. We have art so we don't die from the truth. In the experience I'm trying to describe and stress in different ways, it's certain that a new pain comes up wherever another dies. The childish chase after forgetting, the appeal of satisfaction, now don't echo anymore. But the constant tension that keeps people face to face with the world, the ordered madness that pushes them to be open to everything, leaves them with another fever. In this world, art is then the only chance to keep your consciousness and to fix your experiences. Creating is living twice. The searching, worried quest of Proust, his careful collecting of flowers, wallpapers, and anxieties, means nothing else. At the same time, it's no more important than the constant and unnoticed creation that actors, conquerors, and all absurd people do every day of their lives. They all try to act, to repeat, and to recreate the reality that's theirs. We always end up having the appearance of our truths. All life for someone turned away from the eternal is just a big act under the mask of the absurd. Creation is the great act. Such people know from the start, and then their whole effort is to look at, to make bigger, and to enrich the short-lived island where they've just landed. But first they have to know. Because seeing the absurd happens at the same time as a pause when future passions are prepared and justified. Even people without a gospel have their Mount of Olives, and you can't fall asleep on theirs either. Because for the absurd person, it's not about explaining and solving, but about experiencing and describing. Everything starts with clear indifference. Describing, that's the last goal of absurd thought. Science, too, having reached the end of its paradoxes, stops making claims and starts to look at and sketch the always new landscape of things that happen. The heart learns then that the feeling that makes us happy when we see the world's appearances comes to us not from how deep they are, but from how different they are. Explanation is useless, but the feeling stays, and with it the constant pull of a universe that's endlessly varied. The place of art can be understood here. It shows both the death of an experience and making it bigger. It's a kind of repeating the themes already set up by the world in a constant and passionate way. The body, endless image on the front of temples, shapes or colors, number or sadness. So it's not unimportant as a conclusion to find again the main themes of this essay in the amazing and childlike world of creators. It would be wrong to see it as a symbol and to think that art can finally be seen as a safe place from the absurd. It's itself an absurd thing, and we're just describing it. It doesn't offer a way out of mental unease. Instead, it's one of the signs of that unease that reflects it throughout a person's whole thought. But for the first time, it makes the mind get outside itself and puts it against others, not to get lost, but to clearly show the blind path everyone has taken. In the time of absurd reasoning, creation follows indifference and discovery. It shows the point where absurd passions start and where reasoning stops. Its place in this essay is justified in this way. It'll be enough to highlight a few themes common to creators and thinkers to find in art all the contradictions of thought involved in the absurd. Really, it's not so much that they come to the same conclusions that shows minds are linked as the contradictions they share. It's the same with thought and creation. I hardly need to say that the same anxiety pushes people to both these attitudes. This is where they start together. But of all the thoughts that start from the absurd, I've seen that very few stay within it. And through their changes or betrayals, I've best been able to measure what really belonged to the absurd. So I also have to wonder, is an absurd work of art possible? It would be impossible to stress too much how random the old idea was of separating art and philosophy. If you insist on taking it too literally, it's definitely false. If you just mean that these two ways of doing things each have their own special feeling, that's probably true, but still vague. The only good argument used to be the contradiction between the philosopher closed off inside their system and the artist placed before their work. But this was right for a certain kind of art and philosophy that we see as secondary here. The idea of art separate from its creator is not only old-fashioned, it's false. Against the artist, it's pointed out that no philosopher ever created many systems. But that's true only because, really, no artist ever showed more than one thing in different ways. The instant perfection of art, the need for it to be new, this is only true because of a fixed idea. Because art too is built, and everyone knows how predictable great creators can be. For the same reason as the thinker, the artist commits themselves and becomes themselves in their work. That mixing raises the most important questions about art. And anyway, for someone who is sure the mind is one thing, nothing is more pointless than these differences based on methods and objects. There are no lines between the ways people try to understand and love. They mix together, and the same anxiety joins them. It's important to say this to start with. For an absurd work of art to be possible, thought in its clearest form has to be part of it. But at the same time, thought must not be obvious except as the thing that keeps order. This strange idea can be explained by the absurd. Art is born from intelligence refusing to explain what's real. It shows the win of the physical. It's clear thought that starts it, but in that very act, thought denies itself. It won't give in to the temptation of adding a deeper meaning to what's described that it knows isn't right. Art shows a drama of intelligence, but it only proves this indirectly. Absurd art needs an artist aware of these limits, and an art where what's real means nothing more than itself. It can't be the end, the meaning, and the comfort of a life. Creating or not creating changes nothing. The absurd creator doesn't value their work. They could reject it. They sometimes do reject it, and Abyssinia is enough for this, like with Rimbaud. At the same time, you can see a rule of art in this. Real art is always on a human scale. It's mainly the one that says less. There's a certain link between the whole experience of the artist and the work that shows that experience, between Wilhelm Meister and Goethe's mature work. That link is bad when the work tries to give the whole experience in the delicate details of a teaching story. That link is good when the work is just a piece cut out of experience. A side of the diamond where the inner light is shown without being limited. In the first case, there's too much and pretending to be eternal. In the second, a work is fruitful because of a whole implied experience, the richness of which you can sense. The problem for the absurd artist is to get that know-how that goes beyond just knowing how to do things. And in the end, the great artist in this situation is most of all a great living being, meaning that living in this case is just as much experiencing as thinking. The work then shows a mental drama. The absurd work shows thought giving up its pride and accepting to be just the intelligence that shapes appearances and covers what has no reason with images. If the world were clear, art wouldn't exist. I'm not talking here about arts of form or color, where just describing things is the main thing in its beautiful simplicity. Expression starts where thought ends. Those young people with empty eyes who fill churches and museums, their philosophy has been shown in actions. For an absurd person, that's more educational than all libraries. In another way, the same is true for music. If any art has no lessons to teach, it's definitely music. It's too close to math not to have borrowed its freedom from purpose. That game the mind plays with itself following set rules happens in the world of sound that belongs to us and beyond which the vibrations still meet in an inhuman universe. There's no purer feeling. These examples are too easy. The absurd person sees these harmonies and shapes as their own. But I want to talk here about a work where you're most tempted to explain, where illusion offers itself automatically, where you almost can't avoid a conclusion. I mean, stories. I want to ask if the absurd can hold its own there. To think is first of all to create a world, or to limit your own world, which is the same thing. It's starting from the basic disagreement that separates people from their experience to find common ground based on your longings, a world protected by reasons or lit up by comparisons, but which, in any case, gives a chance to end that unbearable break. The philosopher, even if it's Kant, is a creator. They have their characters, their symbols, and their secret action. They have their plot endings. Instead, the lead taken by stories over poetry and essays just shows, despite appearances, that art is becoming more intellectual. Let's be clear about this. I'm talking about the best ones. How good and important a kind of writing is often measured by the trash it contains. The number of bad stories shouldn't make us forget the value of the best. These really carry their own world with them. Stories have their logic, their reasonings, their intuition, and their basic ideas. They also have their need for clarity. The old idea I talked about earlier is even less valid here. It was right in a time when you could easily separate philosophy from its writers. Today, when thought has stopped claiming to be universal, when its best history would be about its regrets, we know that a system, when it's good, can't be separated from its writer. The ethics itself, in one way, is just a long and reasoned personal confession. Abstract thought finally comes back to being about real people. And, in the same way, what your body and feelings do in stories is shaped a bit more by what you see the world as. Writers have stopped just telling stories and create their own world. The great story writers are philosophical story writers, that is, the opposite of writers who just push an idea. For example, Balzac, Sade, Melville, Stendhal, Dostoevsky, Proust, Malraux, Kafka, to name just a few. But really, their liking for writing in images rather than in reasoned arguments shows a certain way of thinking that they all share, sure that it's pointless to have any principle of explanation, and sure of the teaching power of what you can see. They see art as both an end and a beginning. It's the result of a philosophy that's often not said, its example, and its completion. But it's only complete because of what that philosophy means. It finally justifies that change on an old theme, that a little thought makes you a stranger to life, while a lot of thought brings you back to life. Unable to make what's real better, thought stops to copy it. The story in question is the tool for that knowledge that's both limited and endlessly varied, so like love. For love, stories have the first wonder and the fruitful thinking. These are at least the good things I see in it at first, but I also saw them in those princes of humbled thought whose suicides I was later able to see. What interests me really is knowing and describing the force that leads them back towards the common path of illusion. The same method will help me here too. The fact that I've already used it will let me make my argument shorter and sum it up quickly in a specific example. I want to know if, accepting a life without appeal, you can also agree to work and create without appeal, and what the path is that leads to these freedoms. I want to free my world from its ghosts and fill it only with real truths whose presence I can't deny. I can do absurd work, choose to create rather than something else. But an absurd attitude, if it's to stay that way, has to stay aware that it's pointless. It's the same with art. If the rules of the absurd aren't followed, if the work doesn't show separation and revolt, if it gives in to illusions and creates hope, it stops being pointless. I can't separate myself from it anymore. My life might find meaning in it, but that's not important. It stops being that exercise in separation and passion that crowns the beauty and pointlessness of a person's life. In creation, where you're most tempted to explain, can you overcome that temptation? In the world of stories, where you're most aware of the real world, can I stay true to the absurd without giving in to the desire to judge? So many questions to think about in a final effort. It should already be clear what they mean. They're the last worries of an awareness that's afraid to give up its first and hard lesson for a final illusion. What's true for creation, seen as one of the possible attitudes for someone aware of the absurd, is true for all ways of life open to them. The conqueror or the actor, the creator or Don Juan, might forget that their way of living couldn't do without being aware of its crazy nature. You get used to it so quickly. People want to earn money to be happy, and all their effort and the best of their life are spent earning that money. Happiness is forgotten. The way to get there is taken as the goal. In the same way, all the effort of a conqueror will be turned to ambition, which was just a way towards a greater life. Don Juan, in turn, will also give in to his fate, be happy with that life whose pride is valuable only because of revolt. For one, it's awareness, and for the other, revolt. In both cases, the absurd has disappeared. There's so much stubborn hope in the human heart. Even the poorest people often end up accepting illusion. That approval pushed by the need for inner peace is like the existential leap of faith. So there are gods of light and idols of mud, but it's important to find the middle path leading to the faces of people. So far, the failures of the absurd need have best told us what it is. In the same way, if we're to learn something, it'll be enough to see that stories can show the same confusion as some philosophies. So I can choose as an example a work that has everything that shows awareness of the absurd, having a clear starting point and a clear feeling. What follows from it will teach us. If the absurd isn't respected in it, we'll know how illusion comes in. A specific example, a theme, a creator's honesty will be enough then. This involves the same analysis as before, but shorter. I'll look at a favorite theme of Dostoevsky. I could just as well have studied other works. But in this work, the problem is talked about directly, in the sense of pride and emotion, like with the existential philosophies already talked about. This parallel helps me. Kirillov. All of Dostoevsky's heroes ask themselves about the meaning of life. In this, they're modern. They're not afraid of being laughed at. What makes modern feeling different from old feeling is that the old thrives on moral questions and the new on philosophical questions. In Dostoevsky's stories, the question is asked so strongly it can only lead to extreme answers. Life is an illusion, or it's eternal. If Dostoevsky was happy with just asking this question, he'd be a philosopher. But he shows what might happen in people's lives because of such mental games, and in this way, he's an artist. Among those results, he's especially caught by the last one, which he himself calls logical suicide in his Diary of a Writer. In the parts for December 1876, really, he imagines the reasoning of logical suicide. Sure that human life is completely absurd for anyone without faith in eternity, the desperate person comes to these conclusions. Since in answer to my questions about happiness, I'm told, through my own awareness, that I can't be happy except in harmony with everything, which I can't imagine and will never be able to imagine, it's clear. Since, finally, because of this, I take on both the role of the accuser and the accused, of the guilty and the judge, and since I see this play put on by nature as completely silly, and since I even think it's humiliating for me to agree to play it, in my undeniable position as accuser and accused, judge and guilty, I condemn that nature which, with such rude nerve, brought me into being to suffer. I condemn it to be destroyed with me. There's a bit of humor left in that position. This suicide kills himself because, on a philosophical level, he's annoyed. In a way, he's getting revenge. This is his way of proving he won't be tricked. It's known, though, that the same theme is shown, but in the most wonderfully general way, in Kirillov from The Possessed, also someone who believes in logical suicide. Kirillov, the engineer, says somewhere that he wants to kill himself because it is his idea. Of course, the word has to be taken literally. It's for an idea, a thought, that he's getting ready to die. This is the higher suicide. Step by step, in a series of scenes where Kirilov's mask is slowly lit up, the deadly thought driving him is shown to us. The engineer, really, goes back to the arguments of the diary. He feels that God is needed and has to exist. But he knows he doesn't and can't exist. "Why don't you realize," he shouts, "that this is reason enough to kill yourself?" That attitude also involves some of the absurd results for him. With indifference, he agrees to let his suicide be used to help a cause he hates. "I decided last night that I didn't care." And finally, he gets ready to do it with a mix of revolt and freedom. "I'll kill myself to show I won't be controlled, my new and terrible freedom." It's no longer about revenge, but about revolt. Kirilov is then an absurd person, but with this important difference: he kills himself. But he himself explains this contradiction, and in a way that at the same time shows the absurd secret in all its purity. Really, he adds to his deadly logic a strange ambition that gives the character its full view. He wants to kill himself to become God. The reasoning is clear and simple. If God doesn't exist, Kirilov is God. If God doesn't exist, Kirilov has to kill himself. Kirilov must then kill himself to become God. That logic is absurd, but that's what's needed. The interesting thing, though, is to give meaning to that godliness brought down to earth. That means clarifying the idea. If God doesn't exist, I am God, which is still kind of unclear. It's important to note from the start that the person who shows off that crazy claim is really of this world. He does his exercises every morning to stay healthy. He's moved by the joy of Chadov getting back his wife. On a piece of paper to be found after he dies, he wants to draw a face sticking its tongue out at them. He's childish and easily angered, passionate, careful, and sensitive. Of the Superman, he has nothing but the logic and the obsession, while of people, he has everything. And yet it's him who calmly talks about his godliness. He's not crazy, or else Dostoevsky is. So it's not an illusion of being overly important that excites him, and taking the words in their real sense would in this case be silly. Kirilov himself helps us understand. In answer to a question from Stavrogin, he makes clear he's not talking about a God-man. You might think this comes from wanting to be different from Christ, but really it's about taking Christ in. Kirilov really thinks for a moment that Jesus at his death didn't find himself in paradise. He found out then that his suffering had been pointless. The laws of nature, says the engineer, made Christ live in a lie and die for a lie. Only in this way does Jesus really show the whole human drama. He's the complete person, being the one who reached the most absurd situation. He's not the God-man, but the man-God, and like him, each of us can be crucified and hurt, and is to some extent. The godliness being talked about is then completely earthly. "For 3 years, says Kirilov, I've looked for what makes me godlike, and I've found it. What makes me godlike is independence." Now you can see the meaning of Kirilov's idea. If God doesn't exist, I am God. To become God is just to be free on this earth, not to serve something that lasts forever. Most of all, of course, it's drawing all the conclusions from that painful independence. If God exists, everything depends on him, and we can't do anything against his will. If he doesn't exist, everything depends on us. For Kirilov, like for Nietzsche, to kill God is to become God yourself. It's to realize on this earth the eternal life that the Bible talks about. But if this philosophical crime is enough to fulfill people, why add suicide? Why kill yourself and leave this world after winning freedom? That's contradictory. Kirilov knows this well, because he adds, "If you feel that, you're a tsar, and far from killing yourself, you'll live covered in glory." But people in general don't know it. They don't feel that. Like in Prometheus's time, they hold on to blind hopes. They need to be shown the way and can't do without preaching. So Kirilov has to kill himself out of love for people. He has to show his brothers a royal and hard path where he'll be the first. It's a teaching suicide. Kirilov sacrifices himself then. But if he's crucified, he won't be hurt. He stays the man-god, sure of a death without future, full of religious sadness. "I," he says, "am sad because I have to show my freedom." But once he's dead and people are finally enlightened, this earth will be full of czars and lit up with human glory. Kirilov's pistol shot will be the signal for the last revolution. So it's not despair that pushes him to death, but love for others for his own sake. Before ending in blood an indescribable spiritual journey, Kirillov says something as old as human suffering: all is well. This theme of suicide in Dostoevsky, then, is really an absurd theme. Let's just note before moving on that Kirillov comes back in other characters who themselves start other absurd themes. Stavrogin and even Karamazov try out the absurd truths in real life. They're the ones freed by Kirillov's death. They try to be Tsars. Stavrogin leads an ironic life, and everyone knows what that means. He makes people hate him. And yet the key to his character is in his goodbye letter. I haven't been able to hate anything. He's a czar in indifference. Ivan is also by refusing to give up the royal powers of the mind. To those who, like his brother, prove by their lives that you have to humiliate yourself to believe, he might say that the condition is shameful. His key word is, everything is allowed, with the right shade of sadness. Of course, like Nietzsche, the most famous of God's killers, he ends in madness. But this is a risk worth taking, and facing such sad ends, the main push of the absurd mind is to ask, what does that prove? So the stories, like the diary, ask the absurd question. They set up logic that leads to death, excitement, terrible freedom, the glory of people becoming human. All is well, everything is allowed, and nothing is hateful. These are absurd judgments. But what an amazing creation where those creatures of fire and ice seem so familiar to us. The passionate world of indifference that rumbles in their hearts doesn't seem strange to us at all. We recognize in it our everyday worries. And maybe no one as much as Dostoevsky has managed to give the absurd world such familiar and troubling charms. But what's his conclusion? Two quotes will show the complete philosophical turn that leads the writer to other truths. The argument of the person who commits logical suicide having caused protests from critics, Dostoevsky, in the next parts of the diary, makes his idea bigger and concludes this: if faith in eternity is so needed by people that without it they get to the point of killing themselves, it must then be the normal state of people. Since this is the case, the eternity of the human soul exists without any doubt. Then again, in the last pages of his last story, at the end of that huge fight with God, some children ask Alyosha, Karamazov, is it true what religion says, that we'll rise from the dead, that we'll see each other again? And Alyosha answers, certainly we'll see each other again. We'll happily tell each other everything that's happened. So Kirillov, Stavrogin, and Ivan are defeated. The brothers Karamazov answers the possessed, and it really is a conclusion. Alyosha's case isn't unclear like Prince Muchkin's. Sick, the latter lives in a constant present, touched with smiles and indifference, and that happy state might be the eternal life that the prince talks about. Instead, Alyosha clearly says, we'll meet again. There's no longer any question of suicide and of madness. Why bother? For someone who is sure of eternity and its joys, people give up their godliness for happiness. We'll happily tell each other everything that's happened. So again, Kirillov's pistol shot rang out somewhere in Russia, but the world kept holding on to its blind hopes. People didn't understand that. So, it's not an absurd writer talking to us, but an existential writer. Here too, the leap of faith is touching and gives its importance to the art that inspires it. It's an exciting agreement, full of doubts, uncertain, and eager. Talking about the brothers Karamazov, Dostoevsky wrote, the main question that will be followed throughout this book is the very one from which I've suffered consciously or unconsciously all my life long: the existence of God. It's hard to believe that a story was enough to change into joyful certainty the suffering of a lifetime. Someone who writes about him correctly pointed out that Dostoevsky is on Ivan's side, and that the positive chapters took 3 months of effort, while what he called the blasphemies were written in 3 weeks in a state of excitement. There's not one of his characters who doesn't have that pain inside, who doesn't make it worse or look for a way out of it in feeling or eternity. In any case, let's stay with this doubt. Here's a work which, in a light and dark more gripping than daylight, lets us see people's fight against their hopes. Having reached the end, the creator chooses against his characters. That contradiction lets us make a difference. It's not an absurd work that's involved here, but a work that shows the absurd problem. Dostoevsky's answer is humiliation, shame, according to Stavrogin. An absurd work instead doesn't give an answer. That's the whole difference. Let's note this carefully as a conclusion. What goes against the absurd in that work isn't its Christian nature, but that it announces a future life. You can be Christian and absurd. There are examples of Christians who don't believe in a future life. About art, it should then be possible to define one of the directions of the absurd analysis that could have been expected in the earlier pages. It leads to showing the absurdity of the gospel. It sheds light on this idea, full of meaning, that beliefs don't stop you from doubting. Instead, it's easy to see that the writer of The Possessed, familiar with these paths, finally took a very different way. The surprising answer of the creator to his characters, of Dostoevsky to Kirillov, can really be summed up like this: life is an illusion and it is eternal. Ephemeral creation. At this point, I see then that hope can't be completely avoided, and that it can bother even those who wanted to be free of it. This is what I find interesting in the works talked about so far. I could, at least in the world of creation, list some truly absurd works. But everything has to start somewhere. The goal of this search is a certain loyalty. The church has been so hard on heretics only because she thought there's no worse enemy than a child who's gone astray. But the record of Gnostic boldness and the lasting of Manichaean ideas have helped build orthodox belief more than all the prayers. In the same way, with respect, the same is true of the absurd. You find your path by seeing the paths that go away from it. At the very end of absurd reasoning, in one of the attitudes it leads to, it's not unimportant to see hope coming back in one of its most moving forms. That shows how hard it is to live with the absurd. Most of all, it shows how important it is to always be alert, and so confirms the main plan of this essay. But if it's still too early to list absurd works, at least a conclusion can be reached about the creative attitude, one of those that can complete absurd life. Art can never be as well served as by a negative thought. Its dark and humble ways are as needed to understand a great work as black is to white. To work and create for nothing, to sculpt in clay, to know that what you create has no future, to see your work destroyed in a day, while being aware that basically this is no more important than building for centuries. This is the hard wisdom that absurd thought agrees with. Doing these two things at once, denying on one hand and making bigger on the other, is the path open to the absurd creator. They have to give emptiness its colors. This leads to a special idea of art. Too often a creator's work is seen as a series of separate pieces of proof, so artists and writers are mixed up. Deep thought is always changing. It takes in life's experience and takes shape from it. In the same way, a person's only creation is strengthened in its repeated and many sides, their works. One after another, they add to each other, fix or go beyond each other, even contradict each other. If something ends creation, it's not the winning and false cry of the blind artist, "I've said everything," but the death of the creator, which ends their experience and the book of their genius. That effort, that superhuman consciousness, isn't always obvious to the reader. There's no mystery in human creation. Will does this miracle. But at least there's no real creation without a secret. To be sure, a series of works can just be ways of getting closer to the same thought. But you can imagine another kind of creator who works by putting things side by side. Their works might seem to have no connection. In a way, they're contradictory. But seen all together, they come back to their natural group. From death, for example, they get their final meaning. They get their clearest light from the very life of their writer. At the moment of death, the series of their works is just a collection of failures. But if those failures all sound the same, the creator has managed to repeat the image of their own situation, to make the air echo with the empty secret they hold. The effort to rule here is big, but human intelligence can do much more. It will just clearly show that creation is voluntary. Elsewhere, I've shown that human will had no other purpose than to keep awareness alive, but that couldn't do without discipline. Of all the ways to learn patience and clarity, creation is the most effective. It's also the shocking proof of people's only pride, the stubborn revolt against their situation, keeping going in an effort seen as pointless. It needs daily effort, self-control, a clear guess of the limits of truth, measure, and strength. It's a kind of training. All that for nothing, to repeat and mark time. But maybe the great work of art is less important in itself than in the test it demands of a person and the chance it gives them to overcome their ghosts and get a little closer to their real selves. Let there be no mistake about art. It's not careful searching, the endless, pointless example of an idea that I'm asking for here. Quite the opposite, if I've made myself clear. The idea story, the work that proves something, the worst of all, is the one that's most often pushed by a smug thought. You show the truth you're sure you have. But those are just ideas you put out there, and ideas are the opposite of thought. Those creators are philosophers, ashamed of themselves. The ones I'm talking about or imagine are instead clear-thinking people. At a certain point where thought turns back on itself, they lift up the images of their works like the obvious symbols of a limited, mortal, and rebellious thought. They might prove something, but those proofs are ones that story writers give for themselves rather than for the world in general. The important thing is that story writers should win in what's real, and that this makes them noble. This completely real win has been prepared for them by a thought where abstract powers have been humbled. When they are completely so, at the same time, the physical makes creation shine out in all its absurd light. After all, philosophies that are ironic create passionate works. Any thought that gives up unity praises variety, and variety is where art lives. The only thought to free the mind is the one that leaves it alone, sure of its limits and that it will end soon. No belief tempts it. It waits for the work and life to ripen. Separate from it, the work will again give a quiet voice to a soul forever freed from hope, or it will give voice to nothing if the creator, tired of acting, plans to turn away. That's the same thing. So I ask of absurd creation what I asked of thought: revolt, freedom, and variety. Later on, it will show its complete pointlessness. In that daily effort where intelligence and passion mix and enjoy each other, the absurd person finds a training that will make up their greatest strengths. The needed care, the stubbornness, and clarity then look like the conqueror's attitude. To create is also to give shape to your fate. For all these people, their work defines them at least as much as they define it. The actor taught us this: there's no line between being and appearing. Let me say it again, none of this has any real meaning. On the way to that freedom, there's still a step to be taken. The final effort for these linked minds, creator or conqueror, is to manage to free themselves also from their actions. Succeed in agreeing that the very work, whether it's winning, love, or creation, might as well not be. Complete in this way the complete pointlessness of any individual life. Really, that gives them more freedom in doing that work. Just as becoming aware of the absurdity of life, let them throw themselves into it with every excess. All that's left is a fate whose end alone is set. Outside that single certainty of death, everything, joy or happiness, is freedom. A world is left of which people are the only master. What tied them down was the illusion of another world. The result of their thought, stopping being about giving up, blooms in images. It plays in myths, sure, but myths with no other depth than human suffering, and like it, endless. Not the divine story that entertains and blinds, but the earthly face, action, and drama where a hard wisdom and a short-lived passion are summed up. Summer in Algiers. For Jacques Hirgon. The loves we share with a city are often secret loves. Old walled towns like Paris, Prague, and even Florence are closed in on themselves, and so limit the world that belongs to them. But Algiers, along with other special places like cities by the sea, opens to the sky like a mouth or a wound. In Algiers, you love the common things: the sea at the end of every street, a certain amount of sunlight, the beauty of the people. And as always, in that open offering, there's a secret scent. In Paris, you can be homesick for space and freedom. Here, at least, people are happy in every way and, sure of what they want, can finally measure what they have. You probably have to live in Algiers for a while to realize how much nature's plenty can hold you back. There's nothing here for someone who wants to learn, teach themselves, or get better. This country has nothing to teach. It neither promises nor shows glimpses. It's happy to give, but in large amounts. It's completely open to your eyes, and you know it the moment you enjoy it. Its pleasures are always there, and its joys have no hope. Most of all, it needs clear-sighted souls, that is, without comfort. It insists you act clearly, like an act of faith. Strange country that gives the people it feeds both their beauty and their sadness. It's not surprising that the physical riches given to a sensitive person from these areas should match the most extreme poverty. No truth fails to carry some bitterness with it. How can you be surprised, then, if I never feel more love for this country's face than when I'm with its poorest people? All through their youth, people here find a life that matches their beauty. Then later, it's downhill and darkness. They bet on their bodies, but knowing they were going to lose. In Algiers, anyone young and alive finds safety and chances to win everywhere. In the bay, the sun, the red and white games on the seaside terraces, the flowers and sports fields, the cool girls. But for someone who's lost their youth, there's nothing to hold on to and nowhere to escape sadness. Elsewhere, Italian terraces, European churches, or the shape of the hills in Provence, all places where people can run away from being human and gently free themselves. But everything here calls for being alone and the blood of young people. Goethe on his deathbed asks for light, and that's a famous saying. In Belcourt and Bab el Oued, old men sitting in the back of cafes listen to young men with slicked back hair bragging. Summer betrays these beginnings and ends to us in Algiers. During those months, the city is empty, but the poor stay, and the sky. We join the poor as they go down towards the harbor and people's treasures, the warmth of the water and the brown bodies of women. In the evening, full of such wealth, they go back to the oilcloth and kerosene lamp that make up their whole life. In Algiers, no one says go for a swim, but indulge in a swim. It's clear what that means. People swim in the harbor and go to rest on the buoys. Anyone passing near a buoy where a pretty girl is already sunbathing shouts to their friends, "I tell you it's a seagull." These are healthy fun things. They must really be the ideal for those young people, because most of them keep living the same life in winter, getting undressed every day at noon for a cheap lunch in the sun. Not that they've read the boring talks of nudists, those Protestants of the body. There's a theory of the body just as tiring as that of the mind, but they're just comfortable in the sunlight. How important this custom is for our time can't be overstated. For the first time in 2,000 years, bodies have appeared naked on beaches. For 20 centuries, people have tried to make Greek boldness and innocence decent, to make the body less important and clothes more complex. Today, even with that history, young people running on Mediterranean beaches repeat the actions of athletes from Delos. And living among bodies and through your body, you realize it has its meanings, its life, and to risk sounding silly, a psychology of its own. The body's changes, like the mind's, has its history, its ups and downs, its progress and its flaws. But with this difference, color. When you go to the beach in summer, you see all skins changing from white to gold to tan, ending up in a tobacco color, which shows how far the body can change. Above the harbor are the white cube houses of the Kasbah. When you're at water level, against the sharp white background of the Arab town, bodies make a copper-colored line. And as August goes on and the sun gets stronger, the white of the houses gets more blinding and skins get a darker warmth. How can you not be part of that talk between stone and flesh in time with the sun and seasons? The whole morning has been spent diving, laughing in splashing water, paddling strongly around the red and black cargo ships, those from Norway with all the smells of wood, those from Germany full of the smell of oil, those that go up and down the coast and smell of wine and old barrels. At the hour when the sun floods in from everywhere in the sky at once, the orange canoe full of brown bodies brings us home in a crazy race. And when, having suddenly stopped the beat of the double paddle's bright wings, we float slowly in the calm water of the inner harbor, how can I not feel like I'm steering through the smooth waters a wild cargo of gods in whom I see my brothers? But at the other end of the city, summer is already offering us, in contrast, its other riches. I mean its silence and its boredom. That silence isn't always the same, depending on if it comes from shade or sunlight. There's the silence of noon in Place du Gouvernement. In the shade of the trees around it, Arabs sell 5-cent glasses of iced lemonade flavored with orange flowers. Their cry, "Cool, cool," can be heard across the empty square. After their cry, silence again falls under the burning sun. In the vendor's jug, the ice moves, and you can hear it tinkling. There's the silence of the siesta. In the streets of the Marine, in front of the dirty barbershops, you can measure it in the soft buzzing of flies behind the hollow reed curtains. Elsewhere, in the Moorish cafes of the Kasbah, bodies are silent, unable to pull themselves away, to leave their glass of tea and find time again in the beating of their own blood. But, most of all, there's the silence of summer evenings. Those short moments when day falls into night must be filled with secret signs and calls for my Algiers to be so closely linked to them. When I'm away from that town, I imagine its sunsets as promises of happiness. On the hills above the city are paths among the mastic trees and olive trees, and my heart turns towards them at such times. I see flights of black birds rise against the green horizon. In the sky, suddenly without its sun, something relaxes. A whole little nation of red clouds stretches out until it's absorbed in the air. Almost right after, the first star appears that you've seen taking shape and becoming solid in the depth of the sky. And then suddenly, all-consuming night. What special quality do the quick Algerian evenings have to be able to release so many things in me? I don't have time to get tired of that sweetness they leave on my lips before it disappears into night. Is this the secret of it lasting? This country's love is overwhelming and quick, but when it's there, your heart at least gives in completely to it. At Padovani Beach, the dance hall is open every day, and in that huge square box, with its whole side open to the sea, the poor young people of the neighborhood dance until evening. I often used to wait there for a moment of special beauty. During the day, the hall is protected by sloping wooden awnings. When the sun goes down, they're raised. Then the hall is filled with a strange green light, born from the double shell of the sky and the sea. When you sit far from the windows, you only see the sky, and against it, the faces of the dancers passing by. Sometimes a waltz is playing, and against the green background, the black shape spins stubbornly like those cut-out figures attached to a record player. Night comes quickly after this, and with it the lights. But I can't explain the thrill and secret that short moment holds for me. I remember at least a beautiful tall girl who danced all afternoon. She was wearing a jasmine wreath on her tight blue dress, wet with sweat from her lower back to her legs. She was laughing as she danced and throwing back her head. As she passed the tables, she left behind her a mixed smell of flowers and flesh. When evening came, I couldn't see her body pressed tight to her partner anymore, but against the sky spun changing spots of white jasmine and black hair. And when she'd throw back her full breast, I'd hear her laugh and see her partner's face suddenly lean forward. I owe to such evenings the idea I have of innocence. In any case, I learned not to separate these creatures full of wild energy from the sky where their desires spin. In the local movies in Algiers, peppermint candies are sometimes sold with, stamped in red, all that's needed to start love. 1 questions, when will you marry me? Do you love me? And 2 answers, madly, next spring. After getting things started, you pass them to your neighbor, who answers the same or turns a deaf ear. In Belcourt, marriages have been set up this way, and whole lives promised by just passing peppermint candies back and forth. And this really shows the childlike people of this area. What makes youth stand out is maybe a great talent for easy joys, but, most of all, it's rushing to live that borders on wasting life. In Belcourt, like in Bab el-Oued, people get married young. They start work early, and in 10 years they use up a lifetime's worth of experience. A 30-year-old worker has already played all his cards. He waits for the end with his wife and children. His joys have been sudden and harsh, like his life. You realize he's born from this country where everything is given to be taken away. In that plenty and richness, life follows the rush of great passions, sudden, demanding, and generous. It's not to be built up, but to be burned up. Stopping to think and becoming better are out of the question. The idea of hell, for example, is just a funny joke here. Such ideas are only for the very moral, and I really think that virtue is a pointless word in all of Algeria. Not that these men lack rules, they have their code, and a very special one. You don't disrespect your mother. You make sure your wife is respected in the street. You show respect for a pregnant woman. You don't gang up on someone you're fighting because that looks bad. Anyone who doesn't follow these basic rules isn't a man, and that's that. This seems fair and strong to me. There are still many of us who automatically follow this street code, the only honest one I know. But at the same time, the shopkeeper's morals are unknown. I've always seen faces around me filled with pity when they see someone between two policemen. And before knowing if the person had killed their father, or was just a rebel, they'd say, "Poor fellow," or else, with a hint of respect, "He's a pirate, all right." There are races born for pride in life. They're the ones that feed the strangest need for boredom. It's also among them that the idea of death is most awful. Besides physical pleasure, the fun things for this race are among the silliest. A club of bowlers and association dinners, the cheap movies and church festivals have for years been the fun for those over 30. Algiers Sundays are among the saddest. How then could this race without spirit cover in stories the deep horror of its life? Everything about death is either silly or hateful here. These people without religion and without idols die alone after living in a crowd. I know no place more awful than the cemetery on Boulevard Bru, across from one of the most beautiful landscapes in the world. A mix of bad taste among the black fences lets a terrible sadness rise from this place where death shows its real face. Everything fades, say the heart-shaped notes, except memory, and all say that small eternity given to us cheaply by the hearts of those who loved us. The same words fit all sadness. Said to the dead person, they talk to them like they're still there. Our memory will never leave you. Sad lie that gives a body and desires to what's really just black liquid. Elsewhere, among a deadly crowd of marble flowers and birds, this bold claim, your grave will never be without flowers. But don't worry, the writing surrounds a gold-covered flower, very time-saving for the living, like those fake flowers that owe their grand name to the thanks of those who still jump onto moving buses. Since it's important to keep up with the times, the old songbird is sometimes replaced by an amazing pearl airplane flown by a silly angel who, without thinking about logic, has big wings. But how to show that these images of death are never separate from life? Here the values are closely linked. The favorite joke of Algiers undertakers when driving an empty hearse is to shout, "Want a ride, sister?" to any pretty girls they meet on the way. It's okay to see a symbol in this, even if it's a bit crude. It might seem wrong, too, to answer the announcement of a death while winking one eye. Poor fellow, he'll never sing again. Or, like that woman from Iran who'd never loved her husband. God gave him to me, and God has taken him from me. But all in all, I don't see anything holy in death and know well, on the other hand, how far apart fear and respect are. Everything here suggests how awful it is to die in a country that invites you to live. And yet it's under the very walls of this cemetery that young people from Belcourt have their dates, and that girls offer themselves to kisses and caresses. I know well that not everyone can accept such a race. Here intelligence isn't as important as in Italy. This race doesn't care about the mind. It loves and admires the body. That's why they're strong, innocently cynical, and childishly vain, which explains why they're judged so harshly. People often blame them for their mentality, that is, how they see things and live. And it's true that a certain intensity of life can't be separated from injustice. But here's a race without past, without tradition, and yet not without poetry. But a poetry whose quality I know well, harsh, physical, far from tender, that of their very sky, the only one really to move me and bring me inner peace. The opposite of a civilized nation is a creative nation. I have the crazy hope that, maybe without knowing it, these wild people relaxing on beaches are really shaping the image of a culture where human greatness will finally find its true likeness. This race, completely focused on the present, lives without stories, without comfort. It's put all it has on this earth, and so stays defenseless against death. All the gifts of physical beauty have been given to it. And with them, the strange hunger that always comes with that wealth without future. Everything done here shows a fear of stability and no respect for the future. People are in a hurry to live, and if an art were to be born here, It would follow that hate of lasting things that made the Dorians make their first column in wood. And yet, yes, you can find balance as well as excess in the wild and sharp face of this race, in this summer sky with nothing soft in it, before which all truths can be said and on which no tricking God has drawn the signs of hope or of saving. Between this sky and these faces turned towards it, nothing to hang a story, a literature, a moral code, or a religion on, but stones, flesh, stars, and those truths you can touch with your hand. To feel like you belong to a certain place, your love for a certain group of people, to know there's always a spot where your heart will feel at peace, these are many certainties for one human life. And yet this isn't enough. But at certain moments, everything longs for that spiritual home. Yes, we have to go back there really. Is there anything strange in finding on earth that unity that Plotinus longed for? Unity is shown here in terms of sun and sea. The heart feels it through a certain taste of flesh that makes it both bitter and great. I learned that there's no superhuman happiness, no eternity outside of days passing by. These small and important belongings, these relative truths, are the only ones to move me. As for the others, the ideal truths, I don't have enough soul to understand them. Not that you have to be an animal, but I don't find any meaning in the happiness of angels. I just know that this sky will last longer than me. And what should I call eternity except what will keep going after my death? I'm not just saying how happy a creature is with their situation here. It's quite different. It's not always easy to be a person, even less to be a pure person. But being pure is getting back that spiritual home where you can feel the world's connection, where your pulse beats in time with the strong beating of the 2 o'clock sun. It's well known that you always recognize your homeland when you lose it. For people who are too uneasy about themselves, their homeland is the one that denies them. I don't want to be harsh or seem too extreme. But really, what denies me in this life is first of all what kills me. Everything that makes life exciting also makes its absurdity bigger. In the Algerian summer, I learned that only one thing is sadder than suffering, and that's the life of a happy person. But it might also be the way to a greater life because it leads to not cheating. Many people really pretend to love life to avoid love itself. They try to be good at enjoying things and indulging in experiences. But that's an illusion. It takes a special calling to be sensual. A person's life is complete without the help of their mind, with its back and forth movements, at once being alone and being present. To see these men from Belcourt working, protecting their wives and children, and often without complaining, I think you can feel a secret shame. To be sure, I don't have any illusions about it. There's not much love in the lives I'm talking about. I should say not much is left, but at least they haven't avoided anything. There are words I've never really understood, like sin, but I believe these men have never sinned against life. Because if there's a sin against life, it's maybe not so much despairing of life as hoping for another life and avoiding the amazing greatness of this life. These men haven't cheated. Gods of summer, they were at 20 by how much they loved life, and they still are, without any hope left. I've seen 2 of them die. They were full of horror, but quiet. It's better that way. From Pandora's box, where all the bad things of humanity swarmed, the Greeks took out hope after all the others, as the worst of all. I know no more moving symbol because, against what people usually think, hope is the same as giving up. And to live isn't to give up. This, at least, is the bitter lesson of Algerian summers. But already the season is changing, and summer is fading. The first September rains, after such force and hardness, are like the earth's first tears set free, as if for a few days this country tried to be tender. Yet, at the same time, the carob trees cover all of Algeria with a smell of love. In the evening or after rain, the whole earth, its womb wet with a seed smelling of bitter almond, rests after giving itself to the sun all summer long. And again, that smell makes holy the joining of people and earth and wakes up in us the only really strong love in this world, short-lived and noble. 1936. The Minotaur or the Stop in Oran. For Pierre Galindo. This essay is from 1939. The reader will have to remember this when judging today's Oran. Angry protests from that beautiful city tell me, really, that all the problems have been fixed, or will be. On the other hand, the beauties praised in this essay have been carefully kept. Happy and real city, Oran doesn't need writers anymore. It's waiting for tourists. There are no more deserts, there are no more islands, and yet they're needed. To understand the world, you have to turn away from it sometimes. To help people better, you have to keep them at a distance for a while. But where can you find the quiet needed for strength? The deep breath where your mind gathers itself and courage measures its power. Big cities are still there. You just need certain things. The cities of Europe offer us are too full of the noise of the past. A trained ear can hear the flapping of wings, a fluttering of souls. You can feel the dizzying spin of centuries, of revolutions, of fame. There you can't forget that the West was made in a series of loud events. All that doesn't make for enough silence. Paris is often empty for the heart, but sometimes from the heights of Père Lachaise, a revolutionary wind blows that suddenly fills that emptiness with flags and fallen glories. It's the same with some Spanish towns, with Florence or with Prague. Salzburg would be peaceful without Mozart. But from time to time, the great proud cry of Don Juan rings out over the Salzach as he falls towards hell. Vienna seems quieter. It's a young city. Its stones are no older than 300 years, and its youth doesn't know sadness. But Vienna is at a crossroads of history. Around it echo the clashes of empires. Some evenings when the sky is red, the stone horses on the ring monuments seem to take flight. In that short moment, when everything reminds you of power and history, can you really hear, under the charge of the Polish horsemen, the crashing fall of the Ottoman Empire? That doesn't make for enough silence either. To be sure, it's just that solitude among others that people come looking for in European cities. At least, people with a purpose in life. There they can choose who they spend time with, take it or leave it. How many minds have been shaped in the walk between their hotel room and the old stones of Ile Saint-Louis? It's true that others have died there from being alone. As for the first, at least, there they found their reasons to grow and show themselves. They were alone, and they weren't alone. Centuries of history and beauty, the strong witness of thousands of lives of the past went with them along the Seine and talked to them about both traditions and victories. But their youth pushed them to invite such company. There comes a time, periods come, when it's not wanted. "It's between us two," shouts Rastignac, facing the big dustiness of Paris. "Two, yes, but that's still too many." The desert itself has become important. It's been filled with poetry. For all the world's sadness, it's a holy place. But sometimes your heart wants nothing so much as places without poetry. Descartes, planning to think, chose his desert, the most businesslike city of his time. There he found his solitude and the chance for maybe the greatest of our strong poems. The first rule was never to accept anything as true unless I knew it to be clearly so. You can have less ambition and the same sadness. But in the last 3 centuries, Amsterdam has created museums. To run away from poetry and still get back the piece of stones, you need other deserts, other places without soul and without hope. Oran is one of these. The street. I've often heard people in Oran complain, "There's no interesting group of people." No, really, you wouldn't want one. A few people who think they're right tried to bring in the customs of another world into this desert, true to the idea that you can't move art or ideas forward without grouping together. The result is that the only helpful groups left are those of poker players, boxing fans, bowlers, and local clubs. There, at least, the simple is still there. After all, there's a certain nobility that doesn't fit with the fancy. It's naturally pointless. And those who want to find it leave the groups and go out into the street. The streets of Oran are meant for dust, pebbles, and heat. If it rains, there's a flood and a sea of mud. But rain or shine, the shops look just as strange and silly. All the bad taste of Europe and the East has come together in them. You find mixed together marble greyhounds, dancers with swans, versions of Diana the Hunter in green plastic, discus throwers and reapers, everything used for birthday and wedding gifts, all the painful little figures constantly made by a businesslike and playful spirit on our mantelpieces. But that much effort in bad taste becomes kind of grand and makes you forgive everything. Here, shown in a box of dust, are the things in a shop window. Awful plaster models of messed up feet, a group of Rembrandt drawings cheap at 150 francs each, practical jokes, 3 colored wallets, an 18th century pastel painting, a mechanical donkey made of plush, bottles of Provence water for keeping green olives, and a sad wooden virgin with a rude smile. So no one goes away not knowing. The management has put a card at its base saying, Wooden Virgin. You can find in Oran 1. Cafes with counters covered in glass with flies' legs and wings sprinkled on them, the owner always smiling even though his cafe is always empty. A small black coffee used to cost 12 cents and a large one 18. 2. Photographers' studios where technique hasn't changed since photos were first invented. They show strange creatures you'd never see in the streets, from the fake sailor leaning on a console table to the girl ready for marriage, badly dressed and arms hanging, standing in front of a forest picture. You can guess these aren't real pictures of life. They're creations. 3. A surprisingly large number of funeral places. It's not that more people die in Oran than elsewhere, but I think they just make more of it here. The nice innocence of these business people is shown even in their ads. I read, in the flyer for an Oran movie theater, the ad for a really bad movie. I wrote down the words amazing, great, special, surprising, shocking, and terrible. At the end, the management tells people about the big sacrifices they've made to be able to show this shocking thing. Still, ticket prices won't go up. It would be wrong to think this is just showing off, something common in the South. Instead, the people who wrote this amazing flyer are showing how well they understand people. You have to overcome the indifference and deep boredom felt in this country as soon as you have to choose between 2 shows, 2 jobs, and often even 2 women. People only decide when they're forced to, and ads know this well. They'll become as big as American ads, having the same reasons, here and there, for getting desperate. The streets of Oran tell us about the 2 main pleasures of young people here: getting your shoes shined and showing off those same shoes on the boulevard. To really understand the first of these pleasures, you have to give your shoes at 10 in the morning on a Sunday to the shoe shiners on Boulevard Gallieni. Sitting in high armchairs, you can enjoy that special feeling even if you're not from here, from seeing people who love their job like the shoe shiners of Oran clearly do. Everything is worked on carefully. Lots of brushes, 3 kinds of cloths, polish mixed with gasoline. You might think it's done when a perfect shine appears under the soft brush, but the same insistent hand covers the shiny surface again with polish, rubs it, makes the cream go into the leather, and then brings out, under the same brush, a double and really final shine coming from deep in the leather. The amazing results are then shown off to the experts. To enjoy such pleasures of the boulevard, you should see the show of youth happening every evening on the main streets of the city. Between 16 and 20, young people of Oran society copy their styles from American movies and put on their fancy clothes before going out to dinner. With wavy, oiled hair sticking out from under a felt hat tilted over the left ear and peaked over the right eye, their necks circled by a collar big enough for their messy hair, the tiny knot of their tie held in place by a pin, with coats down to their thighs and tight at the waist, with light-colored and obviously short pants, with shoes shining brightly with 3 layers of sole. Every evening these young people make the sidewalks echo with their metal-tipped shoes. In everything, they try to copy the way of acting, confidence, and pride of Mr. Clark Gable. That's why people who make fun of them often call these young people, in a casual way, Clarks. Anyway, the main boulevards of Oran are taken over late in the afternoon by an army of attractive teenagers who go to a lot of trouble to look like bad guys. Because girls in Oran feel they're meant to be with these soft-hearted gangsters, they also show off makeup and styles of popular American actresses. So the same jokers call them Marlenes. So on the evening boulevards, when the sound of birds rises up to the palm trees, dozens of Clarks and Marlenes meet, look each other up and down, happy to be alive and to show off, enjoying for an hour the thrill of perfect lives. You can see then some jealous people say, the meetings of the American Commission. But in these words is the bitterness of those over 30 who have nothing to do with such fun. They don't understand those daily meetings of youth and love. These are really the parliaments of birds that you meet in Indian stories. But no one on the boulevards of Oran argues about the problem of being or worries about how to become perfect. There's nothing left but flapping wings, proud walks, flirtatious and winning graces, a great burst of happy song that disappears with the night. From here I can hear Klestikov. I'll soon have to worry about something important. Sadly, he's really capable of it. If he was pushed, he'd fill this desert within a few years. But for now, a somewhat secret soul has to free itself in this easy city with its parade of painted girls, unable, still, to fake emotion, pretending to be shy so badly that the pretense is immediately obvious. Worry about something important. Just look. Santa Cruz cut out of the rock, the mountains, the flat sea, the strong wind and sun, the big cranes of the harbor, the trains, the buildings, the docks, and the huge ramps climbing up the city's rock. And in the city itself, these distractions and this boredom, this noise and this solitude. Maybe really, all this isn't important enough. But the great value of such crowded islands is that in them your heart is stripped bare. Silence isn't possible anymore except in noisy cities. From Amsterdam, Descartes writes to old Gez de Balzac, "I go out walking every day in the mess of a big crowd, with as much freedom and peace as you could have on your garden paths." The desert in Oran. Forced to live facing a beautiful landscape, the people of Oran have overcome this scary test by covering their city with very ugly buildings. You expect to find a city open to the sea, washed and cooled by the evening breeze. And except for the Spanish area, you find a walled town that turns its back to the sea, that's been built up by turning back on itself like a snail. Oran is a big round yellow wall covered over with a gray sky. At first, you wander in the maze, looking for the sea like Ariadne's thread. But you turn around and around in pale and heavy streets, and finally the Minotaur eats the people of Oran. The Minotaur is boredom. For some time, people in Oran have stopped wandering. They've agreed to be eaten. You can't know what stone is without coming to Oran. In that dustiest of cities, the pebble is king. It's so valued that shop owners show it off in their windows to hold papers down or just to display it. Piles of them are set up along the streets, probably for people to look at, because a year later the pile is still there. Whatever elsewhere, poetry from plants gets elsewhere. Here it becomes stone-like. The 100 or so trees you can find in the business area have been carefully covered with dust. They're stone plants whose branches give off a sharp, dusty smell. In Algiers, Arab cemeteries are nicely soft. In Oran, above the Ras Al Ain Valley, facing the sea this time, flat against the blue sky, are fields of chalky, crumbly pebbles where the sun blinds you with its heat. Among these bare bones of the earth, a purple geranium from time to time adds its life and fresh blood to the landscape. The whole city has become solid in a stone form. Seen from Les Planteurs, the depth of the cliffs around it is so great that the landscape becomes unreal. So mineral it is. People are pushed out of it. So much heavy beauty seems to come from another world. If you can say the desert is a soulless place where only the sky is king, then Oran is waiting for its prophets. All around and above the city, the harsh nature of Africa is really dressed in its burning charms. It breaks through the unfortunate stage set it's covered with. It shouts out between all the houses and over all the roofs. If you climb one of the roads up Santa Cruz Mountain, the first thing you see is the scattered colored cubes of Oran. But a little higher, and the jagged cliffs that surround the plateau crouch in the sea like red animals. A little higher still, and a big swirl of sun and wind sweeps over, airs out, and hides the messy city scattered in disorder all over a rocky landscape. The contrast here is between amazing human mess and the lasting of a sea that never changes. This is enough to make a shocking scent of life rise towards the mountain road. There's something unyielding about the desert. The mineral sky of Oran, its streets and trees covered in dust, everything helps to create this thick and impossible world where your heart and mind are never distracted from themselves or from what they're really about, which is people. I'm talking here about hard places to get away to. Books are written about Florence or Athens. Those cities have shaped so many European minds, they must have a meaning. They can move you to tears or lift you up. They quiet a certain spiritual hunger that memory feeds. But can a city move you where nothing draws your mind, where even ugliness is nameless, where the past is nothing? Emptiness, boredom, an indifferent sky. What are the good things about such places? Probably solitude and maybe the human creature. For some kinds of people, wherever people are beautiful is a sad homeland. Oran is one of its 1,000 capitals. Sports. The Central Sporting Club on Fondue Street in Oran is putting on a boxing night that it says will be enjoyed by real fans. Really, this means that the boxers on the card aren't stars, that some of them are getting in the ring for the first time, and that so you can expect, if not skill, at least courage from the fighters. Someone from here had promised me that blood would flow, so I find myself that evening among the real fans. It seems real fans don't care about comfort. Really, a ring has been set up in the back of a kind of white-painted garage, covered with metal sheets and brightly lit. Folding chairs have been lined up in a square around the ropes. These are the VIP ringside seats. Most of the hall is filled with regular seats, and behind them is a large open space called lounge, because no one in it could take out a handkerchief without bumping into someone. In this square box live and breathe some 1,000 men and 2 or 3 women, the kind who my neighbor says always want to be noticed. Everyone is sweating a lot. While waiting for the young hopefuls' fights, a huge record player plays a Tino Rossi record. This is the sad song before the fight. Real fans have endless patience. The fight said to start at 9 hasn't even started at 9:30, and no one has complained. The spring weather is warm, and the smell of lots of people in shirts is exciting. Lively talk goes on along with the soda bottles popping and the endless sadness of the Corsican singer. A few latecomers are squeezed into the crowd when a spotlight shines brightly onto the ring. The fights of the young hopefuls start. The young hopefuls, or beginners, who are fighting for fun, are always eager to show this by beating each other up as much as they can right away, not caring about skill. They never last more than 3 rounds. The star of the night in this way is young Kid Airplane, who usually sells lottery tickets at cafes. His opponent, really, fell awkwardly out of the ring at the start of the 2nd round after getting hit by a fist like a propeller. The crowd gets a bit excited, but this is still just being polite. They breathe in the special air of the rubbing alcohol. They watch these slow actions and unplanned sacrifices, made even more real by the lucky signs on the white wall of the fighters' shadows. These are the careful opening acts of a wild religion. The excitement won't come until later. And then the speaker announces Amar, the tough Oranese who's never lost, against Perez, the puncher from Algiers. Someone who doesn't know would misunderstand the shouting that greets the boxers in the ring. They'd think it's some exciting fight where the boxers are going to settle a personal argument everyone knows about. To be honest, it is an argument they're going to settle. But it's the one that for the past 100 years has badly separated Algiers and Oran. In the past, these 2 North African cities would have already bled each other dry like Pisa and Florence did in happier times. Their rivalry is even stronger because it probably has no reason. Having every reason to like each other, they hate each other even more. People in Oran accuse people in Algiers of being fake. People in Algiers suggest that people in Oran are country bumpkins. These are stronger insults than they might seem because they're philosophical. And unable to attack each other directly, Oran and Algiers meet, fight, and insult each other in sports, statistics, and public actions. So a page of history is playing out in the ring, and the tough Oranese, supported by 1,000 shouting voices, is defending against Perez a way of life and the pride of a city. Truth tells me I have to admit that Amar isn't arguing well. His argument has a flaw. He's not reaching far enough. The puncher from Algiers instead does reach far enough in his argument. It hits hard between his opponent's eyes. The Oranese bleeds a lot as the wild crowd shouts. Even with the repeated cheers from the crowd and my neighbor, even with the brave shouts of "Kill him! Knock him out!" The sneaky low blow, "Oh, the ref missed that one!" The hopeful, "He's tired, He can't take it anymore. Still, the man from Algiers is named the winner on points as people boo loudly. My neighbor, who likes to talk about sportsmanship, claps anyway, while whispering to me in a voice made weak by all the shouts. So he won't be able to say back there that we're just savages in Oran. But all through the crowd, fights not on the program have already broken out. Chairs are lifted up, the police make a path. It's very exciting. To calm these good people down and help bring back quiet, the management, right away, tells the speaker to play Sombre Muse. For a few minutes, the crowd looks really ready for war. Messy groups of fighters and people trying to break them up sway in the grip of policemen. The crowd cheers and shouts for the rest of the program, with wild cries and mocking sounds drowned out by the military music. But the announcement or the big fight is enough to bring back calm. This happens suddenly, without fuss, just like actors leave the stage once the play is over. Not caring at all, hats are dusted off, chairs are put back, and suddenly all faces look like those of polite members of the crowd who've paid for their ticket to a family concert. The last fight is between a French champion from the Navy and a boxer from Oran. This time, the difference in reach helps the Oranese fighter. But his good points in the first rounds don't excite the crowd. They're sleeping off their first excitement. They're getting sober. They're still out of breath. If they clap, it's without passion. They boo without anger. The crowd is split into two sides, as is right to be fair. But what each person chooses is based on that boredom that follows spending a lot of energy. If the Frenchman holds his own, if the Oranese fighter forgets not to lead with his head, the boxer is bent over under booing, but quickly pulled back up again by cheering. Only in the 7th round does sport come to life again, at the same time that the real fans start to come out of their tiredness. The Frenchman, to be honest, has touched the floor and, wanting to win back points, has thrown himself at his opponent. "What did I tell you?" says my neighbor. "It's going to be a fight to the finish." Really, it's a fight to the finish. Covered in sweat under the harsh light, both boxers open their guard, close their eyes as they hit, push with shoulders and knees, trade blood, and snort with anger. As one, the crowd is stood up and cheers for the efforts of its two heroes. It takes the hits, gives them back, echoes them in 1,000 empty, panting voices. The same people who'd chosen their favorite without caring hold on to their choice stubbornly and defend it passionately. Every 10 seconds, a shout from my neighbor pierces my right ear. "Go for it, Gob! Come on, Navy!" While another man in front of us shouts to the Oranese fighter, "Anda, hombre!" The man and the Gob go for it, and together with them, in this temple of white paint, iron, and cement, a crowd completely given over to gods with cauliflower ears. Every hit that sounds hollow on the shiny chests echoes in big vibrations in the very body of the crowd, which with the boxers is making its last effort. In such a place, a draw is badly received. Really, it goes against a very black and white feeling in the crowd. There's good and there's evil, the winner and the loser. You have to be either right or wrong. The result of this perfect logic is quickly given by 2,000 strong voices accusing the judges of being sold or bought. But the Gob has walked over and hugged his opponent in the ring, taking in his brotherly sweat. This is enough to make the crowd, changing its mind, suddenly burst into applause. My neighbor is right. They're not savages. The crowd pouring out under a sky full of silence and stars has just fought the most tiring fight. They stay quiet and disappear quickly, without any energy left to talk about it later. There's good and there's evil. That religion is cruel. The group of believers is now just a group of black and white shadows disappearing into the night, because force and violence are lonely gods. They don't add anything to memory. Instead, they give out their miracles in big handfuls in the present. They're made for this race without a past that celebrates its gatherings around the prize ring. These are hard acts, but ones that make everything simple. Good and evil, winner and loser. In Corinth, two temples stood side by side, the temple of violence and the temple of necessity. Monuments. For many reasons, because of both money and philosophy, you could say that the Oran style, if there is one, shows itself strongly and clearly in the amazing building called the Maison du Colon. Oran doesn't really lack monuments. The city has its share of famous generals, ministers, and local helpers. They're found in dusty little squares, used to rain and sun. They too turn to stone and boredom. But anyway, they show things from outside. In that happy wildness, they're the sad signs of civilization. Oran, on the other hand, has lifted up its own altars and speakers to honor itself. In the very heart of the business city, having to build a common home for the many farming groups that keep this country alive, people in Oran had the idea to build strongly a convincing image of their good qualities, the Maison du Colon. To judge by the building, those qualities are three: boldness in taste, love of violence, and a feeling for mixing history. Egypt, Byzantium, and Munich worked together in the delicate making of a pastry in the shape of a bowl upside down. Colorful stones, very strong in effect, have been brought in to outline the roof. These mosaics are so much and strongly convincing that at first you just see a shapeless brightness. But if you look closer and pay attention, you find they have meaning. A graceful colonist wearing a bow tie and white hat is being honored by a line of slaves dressed in old style. The building and its colored pictures have been set down in the middle of a square in the coming and going of the little two-car trams whose dirt is one of the charms of the city. Oran also really values the two lions in its Place d'Armes, or parade ground. Since 1888, they've been sitting in place on opposite sides of the City Hall steps. Their maker was named Cain. They have importance in a thick body. It's said that at night they get down from their stand one after the other, quietly walk around the dark square, and sometimes pee for a long time under the big, dusty fig trees. These are, of course, stories that people in Oran listen to with a smile, but it's not likely. Even with some research, I haven't been able to care about Cain. I just learned he was known for being good at sculpting animals, but I often think about him. This is a mental habit that comes naturally in Oran. Here's an artist with a big name who left a pointless work here. Hundreds of thousands of people know the easygoing beasts he put in front of a fancy city hall. This is one way to do well in art. For sure, these two lions, like thousands of works of the same kind, prove something else than talent. Others have created the Night Watch, St. Francis receiving the stigmata, David, or the Pharsalian stone carving called the Glorification of the Flower. Cain, on the other hand, set up two funny faces on the square of a business city overseas. But the David will fall one day with Florence, and the lions will maybe be saved from the disaster. Let me say again, they prove something else. Can you say this idea clearly? In this work, there's pointlessness and strength. Spirit doesn't matter, and matter matters a lot. Being average insists on lasting in every way, including bronze. It's denied a right to eternity, and every day it takes that right. Isn't that eternity itself? Anyway, such persistence can move you, and it has its lesson, that of all the monuments of Oran and of Oran itself. An hour a day sometimes. It forces you to pay attention to something that has no importance. Your mind gains from such repeats. In a way, this is its hygiene, and since it really needs its moments of humility, it seems to me this chance to be silly is better than others. Everything that's short-lived wants to last. Let's say that everything wants to last. What people make means nothing else, and in this way, Cain's lions have the same chances as the ruins of Angkor. This makes you humble. There are other monuments in Oran, or at least they should be called that because they also stand for their city, and maybe in a more important way. They're the public works now covering the coast for some 10 kilometers. It seems to be about changing the brightest of bays into a huge harbor. Really, it's one more chance for people to fight with stone. In paintings by some Flemish artists, a theme that's surprisingly general keeps coming back: the building of the Tower of Babel. Big landscapes, rocks climbing up to heaven, steep slopes full of workers, animals, ladders, strange machines, ropes, pulleys. People also are only there to show how big the building is, how inhuman it is. This is what the coast of Oran makes you think of, west of the city. Clinging to big slopes, rails, dump trucks, cranes, tiny trains. Under a burning sun, toy-like trains go around huge blocks of stone among whistles, dust, and smoke. Day and night, a nation of ants rushes about on the smoking body of the mountain. Clinging all up and down a single rope against the side of the cliff, Dozens of men, their stomachs pushing against the handles of power drills, vibrate in empty space all day and break off big masses of rock that fall down in dust and rumbling. Further on, dump trucks tip their loads over the slopes, and the rocks, suddenly poured seaward, bounce and roll into the water, each big piece followed by smaller stones scattering. Regularly at night or in daylight, explosions shake the whole mountain and stir up the sea itself. People, in this big work site, are attacking stone head-on, and if you could forget, for a moment at least, the hard slavery that makes this work possible, you'd have to admire it. These stones, torn from the mountain, help people with their plans. They pile up under the first waves, slowly appear, and finally take their place to make a pier, soon covered with people and machines which move forward, day after day, towards the open sea. Without stopping, huge steel jaws bite into the cliff's belly, turn around, and dump into the water their overflowing gravel. As the coastal cliff gets lower, the whole coast pushes out on the sea without stopping. Of course, destroying stone isn't possible. It's just moved from one place to another. Anyway, it will last longer than the people who use it. For now, it makes their will to act happy. That in itself is probably pointless. But moving things around is what people do. You have to choose to do that or nothing. Clearly, people in Oran have chosen. In front of that indifferent bay, for many years more, they'll pile up stones along the coast. In 100 years, tomorrow, really, they'll have to start again. But today, these piles of rocks show for the people in dust masks and sweat who move around among them. The real monuments of Oran are still her stones. Ariadne Stone. It seems people in Oran are like that friend of Flaubert who, about to die, looking one last time at this irreplaceable earth, shouted, "Close the window, it's too beautiful." They've closed the window. They've walled themselves in. They've pushed out the landscape. But Flaubert's friend, Le Poitevin, died, and after him, days kept being added to days. In the same way, beyond the yellow walls of Oran, land and sea keep up their indifferent talk. That lastingness in the world has always had opposite charms for people. It makes them hopeless and excites them. The world never says just one thing. First, it interests you, then it bores you. But finally, it wins because it's stubborn. It's always right. Already right outside Oran, nature raises its voice. Towards Canistel are big wastelands covered with sweet-smelling brush. Their sun and wind only talk about being alone. Above Oran is Santa Cruz Mountain, the plateau and the endless valleys leading to it. Roads, once for carriages, cling to the slopes hanging over the sea. In January, some are covered in flowers. Daisies and buttercups turn them into rich paths, decorated in yellow and white. About Santa Cruz, everything has been said. But if I were to talk about it, I'd forget the holy walks that climb the rough hill on holy days, to remember other journeys. Alone they walk in the red stone, rise above the still bay, and come to give to nakedness a shining, perfect hour. Oran also has its sand deserts, its beaches. Those near the city gates are empty only in winter and spring. Then they're flat areas covered in asphodels, full of small bare houses among the flowers. The sea rumbles a bit down below, but already the sun, the light breeze, the whiteness of the asphodels, the sharp blue of the sky, everything makes you imagine summer, the golden youth then covering the beach, the long hours on the sand, and the sudden softness of evening. Every year on these beaches, there's a new group of girls in bloom. It seems they only have one season. The next year, other friendly flowers take their place, who, the summer before, were still little girls with bodies as hard as buds. At 11 in the morning, coming down from the flat land, all that young flesh, lightly dressed in colorful clothes, breaks on the sand like a wave of many colors. You have to go further, strangely close though, to that place where 200,000 people are working, to find a still untouched landscape. Long, empty dunes where people passing by have left no trace but a hut eaten by worms. Sometimes an Arab shepherd leads his flock of goats, black and beige spots, along the top of the dunes. On the beaches of Oran country, every summer morning seems to be the first in the world. Each twilight seems to be the last, sad end, announced at sunset by a last glow that darkens every color. The sea is deep blue, the road the color of clotted blood, the beach yellow. Everything disappears with the green sun, An hour later, the dunes are bathed in moonlight. Then there are amazing nights under a rain of stars. Sometimes storms sweep over them, and the lightning flows along the dunes, whitens the sky, and gives the sand and your eyes orange lights. But this can't be shared. You have to have lived it. So much solitude and nobility make these places unforgettable. In the warm moment before sunrise, after facing the first cold, black waves, a new creature faces night's heavy covering water. Remembering those joys doesn't make me sad about them, and so I know they were good. After so many years, they still last, somewhere in this heart that finds being loyal so hard. And I know that today, if I were to go to the empty dune, the same sky would pour down on me its load of breezes and stars. These are places of innocence. But innocence needs sand and stones, and people have forgotten how to live among them. At least it seems so, because they've run away to this strange city where boredom sleeps. Still, that very meeting is what makes Oran valuable. The capital of boredom, surrounded by innocence and beauty, it's circled by an army where every stone is a soldier. In the city, and sometimes, what a temptation to go over to the enemy. What a temptation to become one with those stones, to melt into that burning and unfeeling universe that rejects history and its changes. That's probably pointless. But there's in everyone a deep feeling that's neither about destroying nor about creating. It's just about being like nothing. In the shadow of the warm walls of Oran, on its dusty asphalt, that call is sometimes heard. It seems that, for a while, the minds that listen to it are never disappointed. This is the darkness of Eurydice and the sleep of Isis. Here are the deserts where thought will gather itself, the cool hand of evening on a troubled heart. On this Mount of Olives, keeping watch is pointless. Your mind remembers and approves of the sleeping apostles. Were they really wrong? They still had their revelation. Just think of Sakyamuni in the desert. He stayed there for years, sitting still with his eyes on heaven. Even the gods envied him that wisdom and that fate like stone. In his open hands, swallows had made their nest, but one day they flew away, answering the call of far-off lands. And he who had stopped in himself desire and will, fame and suffering, started to cry. It happens that flowers grow on rocks like that. Yes, let's agree to stone when it's needed. That secret and that joy we ask of faces can also be given to us by stone. To be sure, this can't last, but what can last, after all? The secret of faces fades away, and then we're back to the chain of desires. And if stone can do no more for us than the human heart, at least it can do just as much. Oh, to be nothing. For thousands of years, this great cry has moved millions of people to revolt against desire and pain. Its dying echoes have reached this far, across centuries and oceans, to the oldest sea in the world. They still echo softly against the strong cliffs of Oran. Everyone in this country follows this advice without knowing it. Of course, it's almost pointless. You can't reach nothingness any more than you can reach the absolute. But since we get as gifts the eternal signs brought to us by roses or by human suffering, let's not also refuse the rare calls to sleep that the earth sends us. Each has as much truth as the other. This, maybe, is Ariadne's thread for this sleepwalking and wild city. Here you learn the good things, temporary for sure, of a certain kind of boredom. To be spared, you have to say yes to the Minotaur. This is an old and fruitful wisdom. Above the sea, silent at the base of the red cliffs, it's enough to keep a delicate balance halfway between the two big headlands which, on the right and left, dip into the clear water. In the puffing of a Coast Guard boat crawling along the water far out in bright light, you can clearly hear the quiet call of inhuman and shining forces. It's the Minotaur's goodbye. It's noon. The day is being weighed in the balance. His ritual done, the traveler gets his reward, the small stone, dry and smooth as an asphodel, that he picks up on the cliff. For someone who knows, the world is no heavier to carry than this stone. Atlas's job is easy. You just have to choose your hour. Then you realize that for an hour, a month, a year, these shores can enjoy freedom. They welcome anyone, without even looking at them, the monk, the office worker, or the conqueror. There are days when I expected to meet in the streets of Oran, Descartes, or Cesare Borgia. That didn't happen, but maybe someone else will be luckier. A great deed, a great work, strong thinking used to need the solitude of sands or of the church. There they kept the spiritual watch of arms. Where could they be better celebrated now than in the emptiness of a big city set up for a while in unthinking beauty? Here's the small stone, smooth as an asphodel. It's where everything starts. Flowers, tears, if you want, departures and struggles are for tomorrow. In the middle of the day, when the sky opens its fountains of light in the big, echoing space, all the headlands of the coast look like a fleet about to set sail. Those heavy ships of rock and light are shaking on their keels as if they were getting ready to steer for sunny islands. O mornings in the country of Oran. From the high plateaus, swallows dive into big valleys where the air is boiling. The whole coast is ready to go. A thrill of adventure runs through it. Tomorrow, maybe, we'll leave together. Helen's exile. The Mediterranean sun has something sad about it, very different from the sadness of fogs. Some evenings at the foot of the mountains by the sea, night falls over the perfect curve of a small bay, and from the quiet waters, a feeling of worried fulfillment rises up. In such places, you can understand that if the Greeks knew despair, they always did so through beauty and its stifling quality. In that golden trouble, tragedy reaches its highest point. Our time, instead, has fed its despair on ugliness and shocks. That's why Europe would be awful if suffering could ever be that. We've exiled beauty. The Greeks took up arms for her. First difference, but one that has a history. Greek thought always hid behind the idea of limits. It never took anything to extremes, neither what's holy nor reason, because it denied nothing, neither what's holy nor reason. It thought about everything, balancing shadow with light. Our Europe, instead, chasing after everything, is the child of excess. It denies beauty, just as it denies whatever it doesn't praise. And in all its different ways, it praises just one thing, which is the future rule of reason. In its madness, it stretches the eternal limits, and then right away dark furies fall on it and tear it to pieces. Nemesis, the goddess of measure and not of revenge, keeps watch. All those who go beyond the limit are cruelly punished by her. The Greeks, who for centuries asked themselves what's fair, couldn't understand anything about our idea of justice. For them, fairness meant a limit, while our whole continent is shaken by its search for a justice that has to be total. At the start of Greek thought, Heraclitus was already imagining that justice sets limits for the physical universe itself. The sun won't go beyond its limits. If it does, the Furies, the helpers of justice, will find him out. We who have thrown the universe and spirit out of our world laugh at that threat. In a crazy sky, we light up the suns we want. But still, the limits are there, and we know it. In our wildest mistakes, we dream of a balance we've left behind, which we naively expect to find at the end of our errors. Childish belief which shows why child nations, getting our mistakes, are now leading our history. A line said to be from the same Heraclitus simply says, "Pride, decline of progress." And many centuries after the man from Ephesus, Socrates, facing being sentenced to death, admitted only this one thing he was better at. What he didn't know, he didn't claim to know. The best life and thought of those centuries end with a proud admission of not knowing. Forgetting that, we've forgotten our strength. We've preferred the power that imitates greatness. First Alexander and then the Roman conquerors whom our school books, with some unmatched rudeness, teach us to admire. We too have conquered, moved boundaries, mastered Bywater's translation. Heaven and earth. Our reason has pushed everything away. Alone at last, we end up ruling over a desert. What imagination could we have left for that higher balance where nature balanced history, beauty, virtue, and which used the music of numbers even for blood tragedy? We turn our backs on nature, we're ashamed of beauty. Our sad tragedies smell like offices, and the blood that drips from them is the color of printer's ink. That's why it's wrong to say today that we're the sons of Greece, or else we're the sons gone wrong. Putting history on God's throne, we're moving towards theocracy, like those whom the Greeks called barbarians, and whom they fought to death in the waters of Salamis. To see how different we are, you have to turn to him among our philosophers, who is the real rival of Plato. Only the modern city, Hegel dares to write, offers the mind a field where it can become aware of itself. So we're living in the time of big cities. On purpose, the world has been cut off from all that makes it last: nature, the sea, hilltops, evening thought. Consciousness is only to be found in the streets, because history is only to be found in the streets. That's the rule. And so our most important works show the same slant. Landscapes aren't to be found in great European stories since Dostoevsky. History doesn't explain either the natural world that was there before it or the beauty that's there above it. So it chose to ignore them. While Plato held everything, nonsense, reason, and story, our philosophers hold nothing but nonsense or reason because they've closed their eyes to the rest. The mole is thinking. It's Christianity that started replacing the tragedy of the soul for seeing the world, but at least Christianity pointed to a spiritual nature and so kept a certain fixedness. With God dead, there's only history and power left. For some time, all the effort of our philosophers has just been aimed at replacing the idea of human nature with that of situation, and replacing old harmony with the messy progress of chance or reason's cruel advance. While the Greeks gave limits to will, we've come to put the will's push in the very center of reason, which has, because of that, become deadly. For the Greeks, values were there before all action, of which they clearly set the limits. Modern philosophy puts its values at the end of action. They aren't, but are becoming, and we'll know them fully only when history is done. With values, all limits disappear, and since ideas differ about what they'll be, since all struggles, without the break of those same values, spread everywhere, today's messianisms fight each other and their shouts mix in the clash of empires. Excess is a fire, according to Heraclitus. The fire is spreading, Nietzsche is left behind. Europe no longer philosophizes by hitting with a hammer, but by shooting a cannon. Nature is still there, though. It contrasts her calm skies and her reasons with the madness of people, until the atom also catches fire and history ends in the win of reason and the pain of the species. But the Greeks never said that the limit couldn't be passed. They said it was there, and that anyone who dared to go beyond it was cruelly struck down. Nothing in today's history can prove them wrong. The historical spirit and the artist both want to remake the world. But the artist, because of how they are, knows their limits, which the historical spirit doesn't see. That's why the latter's goal is tyranny, while the former's passion is freedom. All those fighting for freedom today are really fighting for beauty. Of course, it's not about defending beauty for itself. Beauty can't do without people, and we won't give our time its nobility and peace unless we follow it in its sadness. We'll never again be hermits. But it's just as true that people can't do without beauty, and this is what our time pretends to want to ignore. It hardens itself to get to the absolute in authority. It wants to change the world before using it up, to fix it before understanding it. No matter what it says, our time is leaving this world behind. Ulysses can choose at Calypso's request between living forever and his homeland. He chooses the land and death with it. Such simple pride is strange to us today. Others will say we're not humble enough, but all things considered, that word is confusing. Like Dostoevsky's fools who brag about everything, rise to heaven and end up showing off their shame in any public place, we just lack human pride, which is being loyal to your limits, clearly loving how you are. I hate my time, Saint-Exupéry wrote shortly before he died, for reasons not too different from those I've talked about. But, as upsetting as that cry is, coming from someone who loved people for their great qualities, we won't take on responsibility for it. Yet what a temptation sometimes to turn your back on this cold, bodiless world. But this time is ours, and we can't live hating ourselves. It's fallen so low only because of too many good qualities as well as too many bad ones. We'll fight for the quality that has a history. What quality? Patroclus' horses weep for their master killed in battle. Everything is lost. But Achilles starts fighting again, and victory is the result because friendship has just been killed. Friendship is a quality. Admitting ignorance, rejecting being extreme, the limits of the world and of people, the loved face, and finally beauty. This is where we'll be on the side of the Greeks. In a way, the direction history will take isn't the one we think. It's in the fight between creation and inquisition. Even with the price that artists will pay for their empty hands, we can hope for their victory. Again and again, the philosophy of darkness will break and fade away over the shining sea. O midday thought, the Trojan War is being fought far from the battlefields, Again and again, the awful walls of the modern city will fall to give up. Soul calm as the ocean, the beauty of Helen. Return to Tipasa. You have sailed with raging soul far from the home of your father, passing beyond the sea's double rocks, and you now live in a foreign land. Medea. For 5 days, rain had been falling without stopping on Algiers and had finally made the sea wet itself. From a sky that seemed endless, constant downpours, thick as jelly, streamed down on the Gulf. Gray and soft like a huge sponge, the sea rose slowly in the unclear bay, but the surface of the water seemed almost still in the steady rain. Just now and then, a hardly seen rising motion would lift above the sea's surface a light puff of smoke that would come to land in the harbor under an arc of wet boulevards. The city itself, all its white walls dripping, gave off a different steam that went out to meet the first steam. No matter where you turned, you seemed to be breathing water, to be drinking the air. In front of the wet sea, I walked and waited in that December Algiers, which for me was the city of summers. I'd run away from Europe's night, the winter of faces. But the summer city itself had been emptied of its laughter and only showed me bent and shiny backs. In the evening, in the badly lit cafes where I hid, I read my age in faces I recognized without knowing their names. I just knew they'd been young with me and that they weren't anymore. Still, I kept going without really knowing what I was waiting for, unless maybe it was the moment to go back to Tipasa. To be sure, it's just crazy, almost always punished, to go back to the places of your youth and try to live again at 40 what you loved or strongly felt at 20. But I was warned about that craziness. Once before I'd gone back to Tipasa, soon after those war years that meant the end of youth for me. I hoped, I think, to get back there a freedom I couldn't forget. In that place, really, more than 20 years ago, I'd spent whole mornings walking among the ruins, breathing in the wormwood, warming myself against the stones, finding small roses, soon pulling off their petals, which last longer than spring. Only at noon, when the cicadas themselves stopped making noise as if overcome, I'd run away from the greedy glare of a light that used everything up. Sometimes at night, I'd sleep with my eyes open under a sky dripping with stars. I was alive then. 15 years later, I found my ruins. A few feet from the first waves, I followed the streets of the forgotten walled city through fields covered with bitter trees, and on the slopes looking over the grass, I still touched the bread-colored columns. But the ruins were now surrounded with barbed wire, and you could only get in through certain openings. It was also forbidden, for reasons that morality seems to agree with, to walk there at night. In the daytime you'd meet a guard. It just happened that morning that it was raining over all the ruins. Confused, walking through the wet, lonely countryside, I tried at least to get back that strength, always there before, that helps me to agree to what is when once I've admitted I can't change it. And I couldn't, really, turn back time and give back to the world the look I'd loved which had disappeared in a day, long before. September 2nd, 1939, really, I hadn't gone to Greece, like I was going to. War, instead, had come to us, then it had spread over Greece itself. That distance, those years separating the warm ruins from the barbed wire, were to be found in me too. That day as I stood before the stone coffins full of black water or under the wet tamarisks. First brought up, surrounded by beauty which was all I had, I'd started in plenty. Then had come the barbed wire. I mean tyrannies, war, police forces, the time of revolt. You had to get along with the powers of night. The day's beauty was just a memory. And in this muddy Tipasa, even the memory was fading. It was really about beauty, plenty, or youth. In the light from fires, the world had suddenly shown its wrinkles and its wounds, old and new. It had aged all at once, and we with it. I'd come here looking for a certain lift, but I realized it only inspires someone who doesn't know they're about to move forward. No love without a little innocence. Where was the innocence? Empires were falling down. Countries and people were tearing each other apart. Our hands were dirty. First innocent without knowing it, we were now guilty without meaning to be. The mystery was growing with our knowledge. That's why, what a joke, we were worried about morals. Weak and unable, I was dreaming of virtue. When I was innocent, I didn't even know morality existed. I knew it now, and I couldn't live up to it. On the point I used to love among the wet columns of the ruined temple, I seemed to be walking behind someone whose steps I could still hear on the stone slabs and mosaics, but whom I'd never catch up to again. I went back to Paris and stayed several years before going home again. Still, I vaguely missed something during all those years. Once you've had the good luck to love strongly, life is spent trying to get back that passion and that light. Giving up beauty and the physical happiness that goes with it, only serving sadness, needs a nobility I don't have. But really, nothing is true that forces you to choose just one. Beauty by itself ends up looking silly. Justice by itself ends up being harsh. Someone who wants to serve one and not the other serves no one, not even themselves, and finally serves injustice twice over. A day comes when, because you're too strict, nothing makes you wonder anymore. Everything is known, and life is spent starting over again. These are the days of exile, of dry life, of dead souls. To come alive again, you need something special, forgetting yourself or a homeland. Some mornings, turning a corner, a nice dew falls on your heart and then disappears, but its coolness stays, and that's what your heart always needs. I had to set out again. And in Algiers a second time, still walking in the same downpour that seemed not to have stopped since a goodbye I'd thought was final. Among the same big sadness smelling of rain and sea, even with this misty sky, these backs running under the shower, these cafes whose bad light messed up faces, I kept hoping. Didn't I know anyway that Algiers rains, even though they seem like they'll never end, still stop suddenly, like those streams in my country that rise in 2 hours, destroy fields of land and suddenly dry up. One evening, really, the rain stopped. I waited one more night. A clear morning rose, shining over the pure sea. From the sky, fresh as a daisy, washed again and again by the rains, made finer and clearer by these repeated washings, came a bright light that gave each house and each tree a sharp outline, a surprised newness. In the world's morning, the earth must have sprung up in such a light. I took the road to Tipasa again. For me, there's not one of those 69 kilometers that's not full of memories and feelings. Wild childhood, teenage daydreams in the sound of the bus engine, mornings, untouched girls, beaches, young muscles always at their best, evenings light worry in a 16-year-old heart, hunger for life, fame, and always the same sky through the years, always strong and bright, itself never satisfied, using up one by one over months the people stretched out like crosses on the beach at the deathly hour of noon. Always the same sea too, almost not there in the morning light, which I saw again on the horizon as soon as the road, leaving the Sahel and its bronze-colored grapevines, sloped down towards the coast. But I didn't stop to look at it. I wanted to see again the Chenua, that solid, heavy mountain cut out of one block of stone, which borders the Bay of Tipasa to the west before falling into the sea itself. You can see it from far away, long before arriving, a light blue haze still mixed with the sky, but slowly it gets thicker as you get closer until it takes on the color of the water around it, a huge, still wave whose amazing jump upwards has been frozen in place above the sea calmed all at once. Still closer, almost at the gates of Tipasa, here's its frowning shape, brown and green. Here's the old mossy god that nothing will ever shake, a safe place and harbor for its sons, of whom I am one. While watching it, I finally got through the barbed wire and found myself among the ruins. And in the bright December light, as happens only once or twice in lives that you can always think of as lucky, I found exactly what I'd come looking for. What, even with the time in the world, was offered to me, really just to me, in that empty nature. From the forum covered in olives, you could see the village down below. No sound came from it. Wisps of smoke rose in the clear air. The sea, too, was quiet, as if covered up by the endless shower of shining, cold light. From the Chenua, only a distant rooster crowing celebrated the day's delicate beauty. Towards the ruins, as far as you could see, there was only stone covered in moss and wormwood, trees and perfect columns in the clearness of the crystal air. It seemed like morning had stopped, the sun paused for a timeless moment. In this light and this silence, years of anger and night slowly melted away. I listened to a sound almost forgotten inside me, as if my heart, stopped for a long time, was calmly starting to beat again. And now awake, I heard one by one the tiny sounds that made up the silence, The quiet music of the birds, the sea's soft, short sighs at the foot of the rocks, the shaking of the trees, the silent singing of the columns, the rustling of the wormwood plants, the quick lizards. I heard that. I also listened to the happy streams rising inside me. It seemed to me I'd finally come to harbor, for a moment at least, and that from now on, that moment would never end. But soon after, the sun clearly rose a degree in the sky. A magpie sang a short song, and right away from everywhere, birds' songs burst out with energy, joy, happy noise, and endless thrill. The day started up again. It was going to carry me to evening. At noon, on the half-sandy slopes covered with heliotropes like foam left by the wild waves of the last few days as they went back, I watched the sea barely rising at that hour with a tired motion, and I satisfied the two needs you can't forget for long without drying up. I mean loving and admiring. Because there's just bad luck in not being loved. There's sadness in not loving. All of us today are dying of this sadness. Because violence and hate dry up your heart itself. The long fight for justice uses up the love that still created it. In the noise we live in, love is impossible, and justice isn't enough. That's why Europe hates daylight and can only put injustice against injustice. But to keep justice from shrinking up like a beautiful orange fruit with nothing but bitter, dry pulp inside, I found again at Tapasa that you have to keep inside yourself a freshness, a cool source of joy. Love the day that escapes injustice, and go back to fighting having won that light. Here I got back the old beauty, a young sky, and I measured my luck, realizing finally that in the worst years of our madness, the memory of that sky had never left me. This was what in the end had kept me from despairing. I'd always known that the ruins of Tapasa were younger than our new buildings or our bomb damage. There the world started over again every day in a new light. Oh light. This is the cry of all the characters in old plays when faced with their fate. This last resort was ours too, and I knew it now. In the middle of winter, I finally found out that there was in me an invincible summer. I've left Tapasa again. I've gone back to Europe and its struggles. But remembering that day still lifts me up and helps me to welcome both what makes me happy and what crushes me equally. In the hard time we're living in, what else can I want but to leave nothing out, and to learn how to braid with white thread and black thread, a single cord stretched to the breaking point. In everything I've done or said so far, I seem to see these two forces, even when they work against each other. I haven't been able to deny the light I was born into, and yet I haven't wanted to reject the duties of this time. It would be too easy to compare Tapasa with its sweet name to other names that are louder and crueler. For people today, there's an inner path, which I know well from having taken it in both directions, leading from the spiritual hilltops to the capitals of crime. And maybe you can always rest, fall asleep on the hilltop, or join with crime. But if you give up part of what is, you have to give up being yourself. You have to give up living or loving, except through someone else. So there's a will to live without rejecting any part of life, which is the quality I value most in this world. Sometimes, at least, it's true that I'd like to have done it, because few times need as much as ours that you should be equal to the best as to the worst. I'd really like to avoid nothing and to keep faithfully a double memory. Yes, there's beauty and there are the downcast. No matter how hard it is, I'd never want to be unfaithful to either one or the other. But this still sounds like a moral code, and we live for something that goes beyond morals. If we could just name it, what silence? On the hill of St. Salsa, east of Tapasa, the evening is full of life. It's still light, to be honest, but in this light, an almost invisible fading tells you the day is ending. A wind rises, young like the night, and suddenly the sea without waves chooses a direction and flows like a big, empty river from one end of the horizon to the other. The sky gets darker. Then the mystery starts, the gods of night, pleasure beyond words. But how do you put this into words? The small coin I'm carrying away from here has a side you can see, a beautiful woman's face which tells me again everything I've learned today, and a worn side which I feel under my fingers on the way back. What can that mouth without lips be saying, except what I'm told by another secret voice inside me, which every day tells me of my ignorance and my happiness? The secret I'm looking for is hidden in a valley full of olive trees, under the grass and the cold violets, around an old house that smells of wood smoke. For more than 20 years, I've walked around that valley and others like it. I've asked silent goatherds. I've knocked at the door of empty ruins. Sometimes, when the first star appears in the still bright sky under a shower of shining light, I thought I knew. I did know, really. I still know, maybe. But no one wants any of this secret. I don't want any myself, probably, and I can't stand apart from my people. I live in my family, which thinks it rules over rich and awful cities built of stones and mists. Day and night it shouts, and everything bows before it, which bows before nothing. It's deaf to all secrets. Its power that carries me bores me still, and sometimes its shouts tire me. But its sadness is mine, and we're of the same blood. A cripple also, someone who helps wrongdoers and is loud. Haven't I shouted among the stones? So I try to forget. I walk in our cities of iron and fire. I smile bravely at night. I welcome the storms. I'll be loyal. I've forgotten, really, active and deaf from now on. But maybe someday, when we're ready to die from being worn out and ignorant, I'll be able to reject our showy tombs and go and stretch out in the valley under the same light and learn for the last time what I know. 952. The Artist and His Time. As an artist, have you chosen to be a witness? That would take a lot of pride or a calling I don't have. Personally, I don't ask for any role, and I only have one real calling. As a person, I like happiness. As an artist, it seems to me I still have people to bring to life without needing wars or law courts. But I've been sought out, like everyone else has been. Artists in the past could at least stay quiet when faced with tyranny. Today's tyrannies are better. They no longer allow silence or not taking sides. You have to take a stand, be either for or against. Well, in that case, I'm against. But this isn't choosing the easy role of witness. It's just accepting the time as it is, minding your own business, really. And anyway, you're forgetting that today, judges, those judged and witnesses change places very quickly. My choice, if you think I'm making one, would at least be never to sit on a judge's bench or under it, like so many of our philosophers. Besides that, there are plenty of chances to act in small ways. Unions are the first and most helpful of these today. Second, isn't the quixotism that people have criticized in your recent works a romantic and idealistic idea of the artist's role? Even though words are twisted, they still mostly keep their meaning. And it's clear to me that someone romantic is someone who chooses history, always moving forward, the grand story, and the announcement of a miracle at the end of time. If I've tried to define anything, it's instead just the ordinary way history and people are, everyday life with the most light possible shown on it, the stubborn fight against your own decline and that of others. It's also idealism, and the worst kind, to end up by hanging all action and all truth on a meaning of history that's not really part of events, and that anyway means a made-up goal. Would it then be realism to take as the laws of history the future? In other words, just what isn't history yet, something we know nothing about? It seems to me, instead, that I'm arguing for a real realism against a made-up story that's both illogical and deadly, and against romantic nothingness, whether it's middle class or supposedly revolutionary. To be honest, far from being romantic, I believe in the need for a rule and an order. I just say that there can't be just any rule, and that it would be strange if the rule we need was given to us by this messy society, or on the other hand, by those preachers who say they're free from all rules and all limits. Third, Marxists and their followers also think they're humanists, but for them, human nature will be made in the classless society of the future. First of all, this proves that they reject what we all are now. Those humanists are accusers of people. Should we be surprised that such a claim has grown in the world of court trials? They reject people today for the sake of people of the future. That claim is religious. Why should it be more valid than the one that announces the kingdom of heaven to come? Really, the end of history can't have, within the limits of how we are, any meaning that can be defined. It can only be something you believe in and a new lie. A lie that today is no less big than the one that long ago based ruling colonies on the need to save the souls of unbelievers. 4. Isn't that what really separates you from intellectuals on the left? Do you mean that's what separates those intellectuals from the left? Traditionally, the left has always fought against injustice, ignorance, and oppression. It always thought those things were linked. The idea that ignorance can lead to justice, the nation's interest to freedom, is pretty new. The truth is that some intellectuals on the left, not all, luckily, are today hypnotized by force and effectiveness like our intellectuals on the right used to be during the war. Their attitudes are different, but the act of giving up is the same. The first wanted to be realistic nationalists, the second want to be realistic socialists. In the end, they betray both nationalism and socialism for the sake of a realism now without meaning and worshipped as a pure and false method of effectiveness. This is a temptation that you can understand after all. But still, no matter how you look at it, the new position of people who call themselves or think of themselves as leftists is saying, some oppressions are justified because they follow the direction of history, which can't be justified. So there are supposedly special executioners, special for no reason. This is about what Joseph de Maistre said in another situation, someone who's never been seen as wanting revolution. But this is an idea that, for me, I'll always reject. Let me put against it the old idea of what used to be called the left. All executioners are from the same family. What can an artist do in today's world? They're not asked to write about co-ops, or instead, to lull themselves to sleep in the sadness felt by others throughout history. And since you've asked me to speak personally, I'll do so as simply as I can. As artists, maybe we don't need to get involved in the affairs of the world, but as people, yes. The miner who's used up or shot, the slaves in camps, those in colonies, all those who are hurt everywhere. They need everyone who can speak, to share their silence, and to keep in touch with them. I haven't written, day after day, fighting articles and texts. I haven't joined common struggles because I want the world to be covered in Greek statues and masterpieces. The person who wants that does exist in me, except they have something better to do in trying to breathe life into the people they imagine. But from my first articles to my latest book, I've written so much, and maybe too much, only because I can't stop myself from being drawn towards everyday life, towards those, whoever they may be, who are hurt and made to look worthless. They need to hope, and if everyone stays quiet or if they're given a choice between two kinds of humiliation, they'll be forever without hope, and we with them. It seems impossible to me to stand that idea, and someone who can't stand it can't lie down to sleep in their tower. Not because of being good, as you see, but because of a kind of almost natural disgust, which you feel or don't feel. Really, I see many who don't feel it, but I can't envy their sleep. This doesn't mean, though, that we have to give up being artists for some social message or other. I've said elsewhere why the artist is more needed than ever. But if we act as people, that experience will affect our language. And if we're not artists in our language, first of all, what kind of artists are we? Even if as activists in our lives, we talk in our works about deserts and selfish love, just the fact that our lives are active gives a special tone of voice to people with that desert and that love. I definitely won't choose the moment when we're starting to leave nothingness behind, to stupidly deny the values of creation for the values of humanity, or the opposite. In my mind, neither one is ever separate from the other, and I measure how great an artist is, Molière, Tolstoy, Melville, by how well they balance the two. Today, with the pressure of events, we have to bring that tension into our lives too. That's why so many artists, bending under the weight, hide in the ivory tower or instead in the social church. But for me, I see in both choices a similar act of giving up. We have to serve both suffering and beauty at the same time. That long patience, the strength, the secret skill such service calls for, are the qualities that set up the very rebirth we need. One more word. This is hard work, I know, and can't be done without dangers and sadness. We have to accept the dangers. The time of artists in chairs is over. But we have to reject the sadness. One of the temptations for artists is to think they're alone, and really they carry this shouting at them with a certain low pleasure. But that's not true. They stand in the middle of everyone, at the same level, neither higher nor lower, with all those working and struggling. Their real calling, when faced with oppression, is to open the prisons and to give a voice to everyone's sadness and joys. This is where art, against its enemies, proves itself by showing clearly that it's no one's enemy. Art by itself probably couldn't bring about the rebirth that means justice and freedom. But without it, that rebirth would be without form, and so would be nothing. Without culture and the relative freedom it means, society, even when perfect, is just a jungle. That's why any real creation is a gift to the future.